Okay, now we're going to run Pro Tools. First I'm going to do is I want to launch my Pro Tools system. I'm going to press my little icon for Pro Tools, my dock on my Mac, and now we're launching Pro Tools. This is our quick start, as you can see right in front of us, for launching sessions within Pro Tools. Now first we have here is a create session with from template. I'll click the cursor right there. We have several templates we can use, the first being which is guitar. Now here we can use the ballad guitar to be a template. We have the same template with a lower CPU usage. So each one of these is a particular template with a lower PC usage right below it. As you can see, these are all for guitar. It's like setups you would actually have. It'd be a setup, let's say, we come up with a guitar track, a drum track, a bass track. Nothing's on those tracks, but the drum track would have like a MIDI file, and that's what's prevalent in all these session templates. Now, we'll go here lower, you'll see here, we have miscellaneous templates also as well. These are for podcasting, or if you want to do a Windows configuration also. Now below that, we've got music. This is our music configuration for our templates. So we've got blues, we've got the drum and bass, we've got electronica, we've got funk, hip-hop. Right here's a house template, a jazz template, a pop template, and below that we also have R&B and rock templates. Now the difference in these templates, as you can see, there is no template for lower CPU usage. So, but these templates are the same. They'll have separate tracks in them, and you'll see these tracks later on. But first I want to go over the idea of what these templates are and how this quick start will help you to get started. Next, we're going to go over the record and mix section. Now here we can have record and mix. These templates have, for example, 24 tracks, each track having EQ and a dynamic, which means it could be a compressor or a gate, and we have effects return, where these tracks can have sends that go into effects, and the returns go back in. So we have 24 tracks with effects and returns with no dynamics. Here's 24 tracks plus just the effects returns. Then we have 32 tracks with the effects, dynamics, and returns, and 32 tracks with effects and returns. And the last one, of course, is 32 tracks with effects returns. Now, next we have in the templates are our songwriter templates. Let's say you're writing a song, you're a guitarist, and you're strumming away in your song, and you want to write a song out. Well, these are song structure templates. So you have a guitar track and a couple of the tracks, and of course a drum track, which is a MIDI track already lined up within the template. And below this we have, again, now you see here, we have the lower CPU usage. Now below that we have a pianist, songwriter's template, and below that we have a singer's template. And these are our create session from template. Now right here we have create blank session. Now when you start out making a blank session, it means the session is going to be from the beginning, nothing in it at all. We want to set the parameters of that session. So we want to set the audio file parameters. Now right here you'll see it says BFW, which is wave. Now I prefer to use the wave parameter audio file type, because if my session is set up this way, it can be used in the Windows platform, a PC platform, or my Mac. I can go back and forth. So I can go from a session, let's say on my Mac, go to a studio. They may just have Windows there. Well, the same file will run on their Windows platform. Below we have bit depth, 24-bit or 16. 24-bit or 16. Now I'll use 16 right here for the session, we'll say. Sample rate, 48, 44.1. And here you have the I.O. setup. That gives my last I.O. setup. Or stereo mix, or we can use the C24 LE stereo setup, which is a hardware mixer made for your Pro Tools system, or a Control 24 setup, which goes for that mixer also. In this case, I'll use last used. Now, below that we have, I can pull up a recent session. See that? These are recent sessions I've had before. I can pull them right up. Or I can open a session. It may not be in my recent folder. You know, I may have a session in my folder I can navigate to, and I'll say, let me go ahead and press OK right here, and it'll look for that folder. Well, here's the folder right here, and this is my Pro Tools session folder, and I can find past sessions that were in here before. So I'll cancel this, and Pro Tools is actually launched right now. Well, next, we're going to go over templates. Well, let's launch Pro Tools again now, and we'll look at a couple of templates and see what they look like here. so you know what's going on, these templates. We're going to go to session templates, create session from template, and we'll back it out here. Let's go to music. And we'll look at the blues first. Hey, look at this first. Let's see this. And here's the blues. Says we're going to save it in the blues, save a session, and we'll save it in here. Let's say, okay, sure, we'll save it in there. Or, okay, yes. Do I want to replace it? I want to replace it, yes. So I replace the session that was already in there, which is just a template. So you know that when you do open up a template, it's going to ask you to save that session. You want to make sure you save it in a place you can find it again. Now here's the template that opens up right here. As you can see, this is our template. And right here is our transport window. I can go ahead to window, and I don't want to see it. Go here. It's gone. Now, I can press play. Turn this volume up. And we've got a MIDI file with this blues drum pattern, as you can see, obviously. Now stop that for a second. This first track is a drum track. There's a bass, there's an organ. Nothing's in these tracks, nothing at all. These are, let's see, these are, I believe these are MIDI tracks. Let's check it out. Yep, these are MIDI tracks, see that? These are MIDI tracks. It's MIDI, MIDI, MIDI right there, see that? So if I had a MIDI keyboard or something, I'll play the bass line, I can play other parts in here. Here's a MIDI guitar part. And here we have audio tracks also. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 audio tracks, and a click track. Now we can see this also. Let's go to window. And now we're going to look at a mix from the mixer side. And this is the mixer side. That's how the mixer looks. Let's go ahead and open this up a little bit more. There we go, right there, and we're open wider. And this is our mixer side. See this here? And you can see everything a little better as a mixer. And we can see we have our inserts here. And we have, below that, we have our sends. And this is a template for blues. So this template is already made up by Pro Tools for you to use as a template to get started recording your session in. Here's what our templates look like. Now I'll quit Pro Tools here for a second. Save. See, I'm going to quit it. It says you want to save. I'll save it. I'm not going to use it anyway. I'm going to relaunch Pro Tools again. Now as I launch Pro Tools, the same quick start menu will come up. Now, I can go here to hip-hop. Let's go to hip-hop. Let's go down here and see hip-hop. Let's go here and open up this one. See? Where to save. So it opens up this template, but before you can do anything, it's asking you, where do you want to save it at? So this way you can save it. It makes these files, these little folders. See, I can open this blues, and you'll see there's a blues folder, blues guitar, blues session backup. I'll go back into here, and I'll make sure I'm back in the Pro Tools session folder. I'll press save. And now it's making folders for this hip-hop template. So when you pull the template up, Pro Tools will save all the files for it. It's in some folders and our backups as well. So here's my transport window again. Well, I'll just press play here this time. This is the MIDI file. And it's triggering sounds in this MIDI file here, as you can see. And this is a template. And I'll stop this here. And you can see we have also, again, we have this bass, which is MIDI. We've got this brass is MIDI, a lead instrument, which is MIDI. And the rest, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more audio tracks, right? I'll click again, and of course, a headphone set mix. Now, I'll go back to window. We'll go to mixer. We'll open the mixer, and we can see the mixer right here. I'm going to get rid of this transport window. I'm going to open up the mixer session a little bit so you can see what's going on here. And as you can see right here, we have tracks. All these tracks are right here. See that? From our drum, bass, lead. And this is a template made by Pro Tools, so you can get started automatically. And of course, we have our inserts right here. And headphone set mix for headphone set. And we have a couple of sends right here. Here's a send right here for the headphones. We got our master fader. And this is a preset made up so you can get started immediately. You got your little tracks. You can take that MIDI track out, put your own stuff in. But it helps you to have a session lined up in case you want to just maybe get an idea and build on the idea. And that's why we have these templates in our Pro Tools setup. So I'll quit that. As you can see, it says save. Yep, we'll save it. And we're ready to go. Well, now let's get inside Pro Tools and check out the setup. Okay, well now we're going to open up a session and we're going to use a different technique to open up this session. Now, let's check this out. We're going to load Pro Tools and here comes our quick start. Right there, as you can see, it's right there. Okay, now we went over this template thing and we've got to create a blank session. Now here, what I want to do, I want to create a blank session, obviously. We've got our parameters set up here where we're going to use a BWF set for our WAV file type. I'm going to make this session probably 16-bit for now. And we're going to use 44.1 for our sample rate. I'm using my last I.O. setup. We'll explain it later on. You'll see more about I.O. setup as we continue on here in this lesson plan. Okay, I'm going to press OK. Now we've got OK. It wants us to name this session. So I got to name a session here. I'm going to call this session my M box. Since I am using an M box, I'll call my M box 2 lessons. That's a good idea. And now I'll press save. And look what we got. We got here a blank edit window. This is fully blank. Nothing's in here at all. This is just a blank edit window. And we're going to start to make our session up right here. Let's see a little better like that. Now the first thing you want to do probably, as we saw before from the template windows, we want to make tracks. Let's do that. We're going to go here to the menu bar. We'll select new track. Now this dialog box comes up right here. And we have our tracks right here. Now, the first thing it offers us here is a create one, the number of tracks you want to create. We can be mono or stereo. And we have several options for types of tracks. We can have an audio track, we can have an auxiliary track, which is auxiliary input, master fader, a MIDI track, and an instrument track as well. And we have the track can either be sample-based or tick-based. The difference between sample-based and tick-based is that the audio in Pro Tools is sample-based. When it's that way, it's by default. So that means the audio in Pro Tools is sample-based by default. That means when we actually make up a file, it's sample-based. Or make up a track, it's sample-based. So this means that if an audio region is located, let's say, at a particular location in that track, it will not move from the location if the tempo changes in that session. Remember that. But if it's tick, it will move based on the tempo or the beats and bars and location where it's at. The only will move probably just be the actual start point. We'll explain that more as we continue on, but for right now, that's the reason why we're in that mode, because here we have samples. You can see here we have two different options. We can have the track either being sample-based or tick-based, and the default here is sample-based. Okay, good. So I'm going to make about 5, let's see, maybe 4 tracks. And it'll be mono. Now I press this button right here, and I can make up more tracks. See that? That adds another row there, as you can see, and we can have a couple more tracks. So I want to make up some stereo. There's a stereo track right here. And I'll make it stereo audio, actually. I might just make one track. That's sample-based as well. I'll go right here, and I'll add one more row. Now, here, I've got one track. I think I'm going to make 2 this time. I'll press 2. Now we have 2 tracks we're creating right here. These are new. And we're going to create 2 stereo. It's going to be auxiliary tracks. And they're also sample-based. Now, I'll press the plus sign here also. Now, the minus sign, we can erase this actually. We can remove this row, or we can add a row. I'm going to add a row. And here on one more track, I'll make this stereo. And this will be my master fader track. So it's master fader right there. That's good. Next, if I want to, I can actually, see this little arrow here? I can take this and I can go up and down either way. I can move this right here. As you can see, I move the master track right there. So we can move the arrangement around and see how you want to probably look at this arrangement. We'll say, okay, well, I want to look at this way or look at that way to see what new tracks we're making, the order they'll be in. It's a great way for you to look at your session before you start. Look at your new tracks before you actually initialize them and enable them for your session. So I'll make one more row here, and we're going to press a plus sign. And now I want to get a MIDI track. I want to get about 2 of these. There's 2 MIDI tracks right there. And you see here, the MIDI track is automatically defaulted to ticks. Not samples, but ticks. Remember that. I'll do another track here. I'll press the row button, add one more row, and I'm going to make a stereo instrument track. Might make just 2 of those. And as you can see, the default for the instrument track as well is ticks. Okay, we've got our tracks right here, and I'll press create. And as you can see right here, Pro Tools has created all these tracks for us, and they're right here. As you can see, I run right through them there. We have order tracks 1 through 4. We have another order track right here, which is stereo, which is number 5. We have auxiliary 1 and 2, our master, our 2 MIDI tracks, and also we have our instrument tracks 1 and 2. And that's how we can create and get our own session going without having a template. We created our own session right there within Pro Tools. Okay, now we've got our session set up. We're going to do a setup now. Got a little session going. I got some tracks. We're going to go here to the menu bar and we'll select setup. Now here it says hardware setup. Now this is going to tell me what I've got connected to my computer. As you can see, I have a DigiDesign M box. So if you may have an M box, you have a Digi003 or an M box Mini or an M box 2 Pro, either one. This tells you what that peripheral is, that hardware setup to your computer system. And below that, we have our clock source. Now, clock source has to do with a word clock, meaning that the control of the speed of our system. And here we can have it either being internal, or we can use SPDIF. The SPDIF cables tied to the back of an M box will say, or into a Digi003 will be the clock source. In this case, it's internal clock source. And here, as you remember, when I started my session, I've got my sample rate. And my sample rate, of course, is 44.1. That's pretty cool. Let me move this up a little bit now. And I'm going to press OK. And that's good. Now, next, I want to go to the Playback engine. Now, this is the part of Pro Tools where we have the power in our system, the playback. Now, Pro Tools will let you adjust the performance of your system by changing this system setting. And it affects its capacity to process, to playback, to record the information that we record, playback, and process in Pro Tools. And so it's based on our buffer size. How big a buffer size? How big is this chunk going to be that we can use to play back and write and record our data? And right here, our default setting normally is like 512. Sometimes I go to 1024, get a bigger size. Now, Pro Tools takes advantage of my computer's host processor to perform these tasks. So I make sure that I'm not using too many other applications for one when I'm running this also as well. And I make sure that I can use the maximum amount of buffer size. In case of a really big recording session, I'm going to add a lot of tracks and use a lot of plugins. I want to make sure my buffer size is enough. Now here also we have back here RTAS. These are the real-time audio suite plugins. And so I can use one processor or use 2. In my case, I want to use 2. I want to make sure I have a powerful setup when I start using my Pro Tools. I don't want to have tracks sort of like stop and play or stuff, slow down. I want to make sure that my system's running perfectly. Well, look, you can also increase the CPU usage limit. So here in this case, I'm at the max 90. I'm going to do 85% for right now. Now, we also have a little box here we can check, which is our real-time audio suite engine. By checking this box here, what happens is that it'll ignore errors during playback and record. Now, this may also cause pops and clicks. And in click here, you can say, okay, I want to minimize the additional I/O latency. In my case, I won't need this, so I'll leave it unchecked. But make sure you have enough power, and make sure you have the max amount of memory on your laptop or your desktop, Mac, or PC, so that you will have no problems with your playback of any files or audio in your Pro Tools session. Now, we also have here our DAE, which is our digital audio engine. That's a digital audio engine. And it's a playback buffer, disk buffer. Got me? Okay, now this is set level 2. Now lower values for the disk buffer will reduce the disk latency. That means the system is more responsive. So it means you move a fader up and down, you can actually hear the response quicker. Now, higher values improve the disk performance. That means that the ability to go back and locate files as they're playing makes it much faster. But the system is less responsive in terms of the playback. Be aware of that. So, the default, I believe, is 1500 milliseconds. That's the default setting. I'll leave it there for now. If I have any problems later on, I will go back and change this maybe to about 3,000 milliseconds or to 750 milliseconds at level 1. But we're going to use level 2. Now, cache size has to do with the cache of storage of data. So here we can have a larger cache size improves performance. Now, I prefer to use a large cache size that way. As I keep moving along and adding more tracks or putting more information in, I want to have a large enough cache size so that my performance is even. It's very important. Okay. Next in my setup, we can go to disk allocation. I just want to show you this one thing here about disk allocation. Now, what happens here, you can see about my audio tracks we made up earlier. And these audio tracks, you can see are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And remember, the 5th one was a stereo track. What happens is that when I record audio in these tracks, Pro Tools allocates a certain section on our hard drive to store those tracks. That may be audio information I'm recording those tracks. As you can see, it says my Mac hard drive, it says my Pro Tools session folder, and it's going to my Pro Tools inbox session. This is known as our disk allocation, so it knows where each track is at, and it allocates a specific part of my hard drive for those audio files. Now we can have a custom allocation here also, and we can also use round robin allocation for new tracks. But for right now, this is perfect. Next, peripherals. Now here we have synchronization, we have MIDI, time code. We can have any port. So I'm just going to inbox 2. I can use any port. Here I have my inbox 2. I can select port 1 to be my MIDI time code reader. I'll put down any. And generation, I can put out any. I can make MIDI port 1 to generate time code. We have our machine control, MIDI control, our Ethernet controllers, and our satellites. We won't worry about this right now. We're going to get to the basic understanding, but this is information you need to know later on as you may grow your system. You may have a MIDI control you want to use to control your MIDI information, and MIDI machine controllers control other machines in your system and make sure one's a master controller and one could be your MIDI machine slave remote control. We'll press OK. Well, next, we're going to go into I/O setup to show you how the pathways work in Pro Tools on recording, understanding how to use their pathways to check out tracks and also to label sends and returns. Now I'm going to talk about I/O and the I/O setup, which is the in and out. We're going to go to setup here, and next we're going to go down here to where it says I/O right there. Now here we go. We are in the I/O setup window. Starting from the input. This is the back of my inbox. Now, if you have an inbox 2 or whatever, you'll see the I/O setup when you go to your I/O setup dialog box. You can see it right here. Now, here, the first part you see here, we have analog, which is 1 and 2. That's 1 and 2 inputs on the back of my inbox. We also have SPDIF, which is 3 and 4. Now, SPDIF is the back of the inbox. It's these RCA inputs, which is one's red, one's white. That's in and out for SPDIF, which also carries a word clock, which means it syncs at the same time also, but it's also used for input and output of data back in and out of our Pro Tools system through our inbox. And here you see my input right here. Once I click on that, we see below here we have new path. I can build a new path. I have a new sub path I can make. I can delete this path also. Now, by selecting it there, select this path, we will hit the little arrow here, triangle right at the side. And we see the subpaths. And my subpaths are mono path. You click on there, it says here, you can't change the format of this path because it is currently in use. So be aware that you cannot change a path. See that? Once it's in use. And here's my other part, which is the in one. So my master is 1 and 2. My subpath is 1, which is mono, left. And in 2 is mono, right. This is good to understand this for our configuration and how we would route signals in our Pro Tools system. Now, of course, here we have SPDIF. If I had a SPDIF cable in, I would use SPDIF. Of course, there's no analog right here, so that's all blocked out, but it would all be digital. And as you can see here in SPDIF, there are no subpaths, or they're right here. There's one subpath here, mono left, but just a digital subpath, not an analog subpath. Be aware of that, because SPDIF is digital. Next, we have our output. Now here in the output, this is the output coming out of our inbox. This would go back to our playback monitors, we'll say, for example, or to another mixing system. We're going to send out this output to a different mixing system somewhere else. But in this case, it's going to go to my playback monitors. And this is the output 1 and 2. And of course, below that we have our subpaths, which is output 1, which is mono. See, I can click here, because it's not in use, see? I can click here again. And see, it took the mono, see, it took it out of there. I can put this back and put a pencil comes up right there, and the mono comes back in there. These are outputs. So I can make the outputs 1 and 2 as subgroups, or eliminate them as also as well. Now here we have inserts. Now we want to insert something like, let's say, a reverb unit we're inserting some sort of particular system in, and we want to insert something into our Pro Tools system. This is our inserts here rather. And we have 1 and 2. Same thing again. I can select it here. As you can see, I can select this one here, and go to here and select it, and it disappears. I go back over it. The pencil appears there. I click on it, and it comes back. So I can have the subpath there, or eliminate the subpath. We'll explain more later on. Next, we have our bus assignments. As you can see here, I've got a pretty big bus assignment set up here. We're using, in this case, as you can see here, 32 different bus assignments. I'm with this bottom part here, and you can see that. From 1 to 32 different assignments of the subgroup. And this is our bus path. Now I can relabel this so we'll know it's using our old setup. I'll double click that and I call it bus 1-2 and enter. So we can change the name of the bus assignments anytime we want to. And this is important to know so that when you're actually setting up your mixes or you're doing your session, you want to know what each bus assignment is and what it does. That's important to know. Now go back, that's 3-4. Now this will be 5-6. And the last one says headphone set mix. That was 31-32. I'll change this to 31-32. And I can see these bus assignments are from 1 to 32, and they're set in pairs. Now I can click on the triangle to the immediate left, and you'll see that it says bus assignment 1, 2, and that says left. See that? And it's bus assignment 1, 2, that's right. So normally I would go in and say, okay, well, I don't want that. I would make this, for example, say, change the name of this, not just say, make it say 1 left. And make this say 2 is right. And this way, I know what's going on here. I know that bus assignment 1 is left in my subgroup, and bus assignment 2 is right in my subgroup. And they're both mono signals. But together, combined together, the left and the right, the master they make up is a left and right bus assignment. Now I'm going to go over this right now. I think I'm talking too much here to explain this stuff. It's sort of like getting really technical. I'm going to pull up a session. I'm going to show you how some of this actual path working with the bus assignments work. Now we've got a session going on here. I'm going to pull up another session. I'm going to get rid of this session right now. So I'm going to go back to Pro Tools, File, and press Save. And I'm going to close it. That session's going. I'm going to open another session right now. Let's open up a session I have already in here. Let's open session. I'm going to find a session I want to open up right now real quick. Let's see, session parameters. I'm looking for a session I've got here. Here it is right here. I'll open this one up right here. I'm going to open a session up right now. We're going to look at some pathways, get some examination of pathways. It's a session already lined up here with some stuff. This is a session I have, which is a session from Pro Tools they gave you. And we're going to analyze some parts of this session. Now here we've got a lot of tracks. I'll press play here, and we'll get an idea what we're going to look at. Okay, it's the track right here. I like it. We'll press stop. Hear that delay right there? It's kind of funky. So now what I want to do is I want to probably take some of these tracks out. It's going to show you a couple of tracks here so we can get an idea of what we're doing here. So I'm going to get rid of some tracks. I'll press the buttons here on the side. It says tracks. I'm hitting, it says track there, bass. Get rid of the bass track. I want to get rid of the track next to that. What else we got here? I'm going to get rid of. Let me look at these tracks. Let me widen the window out a little more. I can see what we're looking at here. Okay, we got the bass combi. I want to get rid of probably the trilogy bass and this other blade bass, the virus, and a few more things here. So we can see just a few things I want to look at. So we don't get too complicated in this mix here. Okay, this is perfect right now. Now, let me align this up so you can get to see what we're doing. You'll see it right here. And we're going to pull it here in the middle of our mix window. That's a little better right there. And now, I'm going to go to right where this guitar starts. I'm going to go to the edit window right now. So I go here to where it says window. We'll select edit window. And the guitar starts right about there. So I'm going to make sure that we start from here. See? Put my cursor there. I'll press the space bar. Can I hit a delay there? Now watch this. I'm going to go back to the mix window. And I want to solo this guitar. Now there's one guitar solo there. The guitar here. Now you're going to notice right here that the output of this guitar, this interface output you see here is 1 and 2. That 1 and 2 is going to the input here. This is my stereo master track. I'll click on it right. That's the master track. So this is the bus assignment. That means that the audio output, which is 1 and 2, of this track is going into the master track. And so are all the tracks. So our master fader controls the overall volume of everything in this recording session. Now I've just soloed it for right now. I want to make sure I'm soloing on these tracks. I only want to hear these tracks. I press the solo buttons you see right there, they're marked yellow, and we're soloing those tracks. Now you'll see here where it says on the top, we've got some inserts here. We've got EQ, which can pop up in there also, which is off right now. My compressor's off right here now also at the same time. But we have our bus assignment. And see right here, this is going to 13. When you click on it, you can see that this is a separate fader in the track. This is the bus assignment fader. And this sends the amount of audio level or signal into 13 and 14. And you notice right here, the input for this track right here, where I have this delay setting up, right here. This delay you see right here, that's a delay. Let me close that window. It's set for this track here. And this track here, as you can see, is an effect track. Now you see this right here? This is a track type. See, these are just audio tracks. This here is an auxiliary track. Here we have the summation signal. This is the master track. You got that? So understand that always. Now, I'm going to press play. I'm going to pull up the window here for the transport. We'll transport it right here, and I'll press play. Then here's a guitar holding a single note. That's by itself, just these notes. I'll just play one note. That's just the first track, the lead track. That's the rhythm background track. We'll stop that. Now watch this. As you can see right here, I'm going to close the transport window. Right here we have the bus assignment 1314. And so that's the input, and the output's going there. But here, on the top here, you see the send 13, 13, and 14, which is the send assignment A, bus 13, 14, right? And here also for the lead guitar track, the lead and the rhythm track, and their inputs are here to the auxiliary track, which has a delay on it. Now watch this. I'll press play. Hit a delay. That's a delay track. So we have the dry signal. Turn the delay off. There's no delay. See that? But once I put this delay signal up and we play it back, we'll hit the delay. This is bus assignment. We took the direct signal, we sent it to our auxiliary. The auxiliary receives it here as an input at 13 and 14. The output of the auxiliary goes to 1 and 2, which actually heads to the master. So the signal is actually coming from the lead track and the rhythm track, and we're sending them into the bus assignment. So we have the dry signal, which is without it. I'll just press sol here and turn the delay down here on the auxiliary track and press play. You can see the automation going here. That fader rises. This is dry sound. This is all just a dry sound of the guitar and the lead guitar. Now watch the delay come in. So you have some sort of long delay and a short delay mixed together. See that? And then you have the delays. And that's how signal path works. So remember, we've got a signal path here, 1314. It's a stereo path. I'll click on here. We can see the path itself. This is a separate fader for the 13 to 14 bus assignment. This is the level for that assignment. You see here it's soloed already, so those are track is soloed. This is information about the track itself. We'll close this off. This one here is for the rhythm track. It says rhythm track there on top of that. We're good for that there. And next, what we got to do now is that we'll run it back to here, and we're good to go. Got our dogs outside having fun here at the house. And we'll press play. I can bring the delay down. Or bring it up higher. And adjust it on the mix. And that's how bus assignments work when you're actually busing a signal back out. And remember, all these signals end up going to the master fader, which is right here. Now I'll press play again. And watch this. I'll pull the master fader down. We hear nothing. Because everything is going to the summation amp. That's our summation amp. This is the master fader right here. It's set to 0, as you can see right there. And all these outputs here, for each one of these tracks, you can click on them, you'll see where the outputs are going. Click on here, we'll see where this output's going here. Click on it here, this is going to 1 and 2 out. And what the master fader track has is no sort of output on it. It's just an output, right? There's no input, just an output. So that means everything's going to this one amp, and this one master amp controls the entire session. You press play, and we can lower the signal. Okay, now we're going to start working in Pro Tools. I'm going to pull Pro Tools up here. There we go. Get Pro Tools up, and we're going to show you some more about signal paths and using our bus and sends and auxiliary. What I'm going to do right now, though, I'm going to bring up this track I've got going on here, which I'm starting to mix, and I want to show you some stuff here. Let's get rid of the transport window first, and I want to get rid of this edit window. I don't need to have this pop. That's You can bring them back if you want to. You go back to Windows. We go to Edit Window. There it is, right back again. And of course, transport's pretty simple. There's transport. Pop it in, pop it out. You're good to go. Whoops. Back to here. Click on it where it's at. There we go. Now, I've got this track here. Let's press play. Got my drums here popping along right there. That's good. I'll press stop. Now what I want to do here is I want to probably apply some reverb within these tracks and see where we go from there. I'm just going to show you how we can actually do this from scratch. Before I was a session already lined up, you saw the guitar was working. Now I'm just with some drums. We're going to go here to track. Let's select the new track. Okay, here. We're going to go to stereo. And I want to get an auxiliary input track. I'm going to create just one. It's going to be in terms of samples, not ticks. Let's go create. And as you can see, put it right here on the outside of our master track. Now, if you want to move a track in the window, you just like click on it and you just move it right over. See that move right over there? And bam, it's right there where you want to have the track at. Now, you can see here we have IOs on top. These are inputs on top. Now, the pathway for this one here is called the audio input path selector, and we have it going into input was from input 1 with left input on the inbox 2, and this one here is the output, which goes to 1 and 2 output in our inbox, which leads to 1 and 2 output here in our master. So that means this track here is going to the master. See the output, that means the audio level. And the audio level from this track here, the output from this track, which is our snare track, is going also to the master. And so is the hi-hat. And of course, so is this new track we made up called the Auxiliary 1. Now, I'm going to call it a reverb track, so I like to name my tracks before I do anything else. Go right down here, I'll click on it, and I want to give it a name. I'll call it reverb. There you go. And I can make a comment if I want to. I'm going to maybe call it some, this is for my drums. Drums, verb, bam. There we go. And see the comments right below that in the track. See that? Drums verb. Get an idea what's going on in case I get lost. So, in order for me to do this reverb thing, I need to put a reverb in this track. Let's go to here, and we're going to try and find a reverb we might like. And here's a reverb right there. Let's try deverb. That's always a cool one to use right now. I'll get a simple verb going on here. Let's look for a preset maybe, or what do we got going here? We got deverb, we got factory installed. Here's some presets. Let's go with a simple gate. We got some still a lot of verbs. Look at this, a lot of verbs we got going on here. I want to use a simple verb, not too much. Maybe a plate, not a vocal plate, but a small one. Let's see what we got down here. This is the full line of what we got in here. Here's a short plate. Let's try this short plate for a second here. Bam. Now I'll close that up. Got a short plate in that track. I'll play the drum track. And there's nothing going in that reverb. Reverb's empty totally. No reverb at all into that auxiliary track. We must assign an input. It says no input right there under I/O. Go to I/O, interface, there's no input. Let's go below that. We want to assign a bus assignment. So this is going to be bus 1 and 2 stereo. Got it. Now, we'll press play. Nothing's going in there yet. Now, what we need to do right now, we need to send these signals from the kick, snare, and hi-hat in there if you want to put a reverb on those drum items. Let's go here. I'm going to do the snare first. So go ahead to my snare track, and I'm going to go to bus. Look at this list here we got for bus. This is a big list because this is the stereo, this is the mono, the stereo, the mono. So we got 32 tracks. So we got a lot of stuff to do, but I want to do this 1 and 2. So I want to send this out. This is only a mono track anyway, so but I want to send it out in stereo. If I send out a mono, watch this. I'm gonna go to mono here, and we're sending it here. You see that the little fader came up here. We'll move it to here and I'll press play. See, it's going mono into that track. Now I'll mute the kick and the hi-hat. Whoops, see that? I'm gonna go back into here, and it's a group. Turn the group off, close the outside sidebar. Now I'm gonna mute this one and this one. And now, you see that. But I want you to notice right here too that it's stereo. It's still coming out stereo. It's going like left and right in this auxiliary reverb track for the drums, our drum verb track. It's going in stereo. Now you'll see here in the send that I've selected just the left. If I go just to right, watch this. We'll press, let's see, play. And you'll see right here in that verb there, it's going left and right. Now I'll turn the signal up here. And that's sending more of this signal directly into this reverb. I'll bring it down. I'll bring it all the way down. See, now all we hear is the signal. That's a direct sound without the reverb. More reverb. So we're getting a balance between the dry sound, which is this sound, and the wet sound. Let's stop this. Now that was mono left first, and we did mono right. Right? These are mono signals going into a stereo bus, which is right here. As you can see right there on our auxiliary reverb. Now watch this. We're gonna go back here now, and we're gonna go and use a bus 1 and 2. See, you hear virtually no difference, right? So you hear a little more reverb hitting there. Hear that? Now watch. Let's stop this now, and we're gonna go back, and then I'm gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna change the assignment again, and make it just 1. So you see the difference? I got it way up now. Now when it's a stereo bus, there's almost more of the signal going in there. And now that's all the way up there, and you heard the difference. So with your mono bus, you get less of the send of the signal going directly into this stereo auxiliary track. Be aware of that. It's important to know. Now next what we're going to do right here is we're going to go back in and we're going to label this. And we're going to go to Setup, I/O. There's I/O setup right here. And I'm going to go to Bus. That's my drum verb. I don't want to call it a drum verb. I want to know when I go back and pull the session back up. You know, I could have been drunk last night, hang out with the boys. Hey, what's up? I come back. Huh? What did I do? Here's what you do. You go, hey, so, okay, it's a drum verb. I call it I get a little abbreviation here for it. That's it, a drum verb. And I know it's going to be left. I'll put 1 and 2 to say, I'll say it's 1 and 2 left and right, okay? That's it. I know it's a stereo track drum verb. I'll press OK. Okay? I'll press enter. Now I'll press OK. And you'll see here in the track, it comes up as a D verb. See right there? So now I know it's a D verb. And you see it right here? It comes up as a D verb as well. So we've assigned the bus, we labeled the bus, and we know what it's going to be. When you save your session and you come back next time, hey, you won't forget it. It's right in front of you. Okay, so I've got this mix back up here again. We've got the lead guitar and this R guitar, rhythm guitar right there. We got this other track here, which is our guitar effects. And we got our drums. I added some drums here, which are right here and here. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I want to check on the IOs. So I'm going to go over here and check on the IOs here and make sure my groups are set up properly. Okay, now this is the bus assignments we have for the session here, as you can see. I've got a bus already set up, which is bus 3-4, which is my guitar effects. Now, I'm going to go ahead and label it and call it GTR. And this is a delay. I'll press enter, and see the name appears right there. And now it'll appear in our session. You can see right here, where it's guitar effects right here, in this track, it says 1314. Now I'll press OK. And now it says guitar delay. See that? Now go back up top. We have an extra long delay here, as you can see. And that delay appears here. So we know that we're sending this signal from this first track, from the lead guitar, to our rhythm guitar effect track, also at the same time, as you can see. Now, we want to create some more auxiliaries. I got a set of drums right here, which I just added in to go along a certain effect here. We'll flip over to our edit window, and they're right here. We'll open that up some and bring them right here in the view, and we can see them. And we can start play from here, we'll say. Now what I want to do here is I want to probably make something a little more tighter with the snares and get a slight effect so it's not too heavy, but a little more lighter in the background, so I don't have too much of heavy mix coming out of the system. So I'm going to go back to our mix window here. And see, I got them here. These are the 3 drums right here. I want to make them into a group first. So go here. I'm going to go to group. I become this group. See, it's the group here. I want to call the group. So I'm going to call this my drum mix group. So DRM and then MIX. And I'll put here, press OK, and we're good to go. So we're good for the drum mix group. Now, I want to make an auxiliary track. The track right here, and it's going to be just one auxiliary track for now. We'll go stereo, and we'll turn this track into an auxiliary input track. Of course, samples, and we'll call create. Now, since I've already highlighted the 3 drums there, it'll make the track right next to it on the hi-hat. Watch this. There we go. And we've got that next track there. See that? Right there. The auxiliary track right here. Now I want to create a bus for it, but what I want to do is always go back to my IOs. This lesson is about the IO setup. So it's important you know to do your IO setup. Now I got the IO, so I'm going to try here with 1 and 2. This is going to be my drum mix. And I've already made that 1 and 2, the bus outs. And so here the input for this track will be the drum mix, as you can see right there. So it's important to label everything. So you know when you see your mix back, it's saying, well, look, I know that I've got a reverb somewhere or a delay somewhere else, or where's it coming from? Where's that noise at? You got to find out where it's at in the mix. You're going to spend all day long doing that. So what you really want to do is you want to sit down and say, okay, look, label every I/O setup that you're using for your bus out or your input so you can see it in front of you right here on your Pro Tools system. It's really cool. So next, I want to make a send. So here we're going to make a send here. And this is the drum mix. Remember, this is just a single track here, as you can see. But this is stereo, right? So I can go here and send it out stereo-wise to that track, right? And there it is. I can do one here too. Make another send right here. This one's for the snare drum. Here. And here again, I can do it here. Now I just need to put an effect on this track. In this case, I think all we're really going to use right now is a little bit of compression. Right here, I think this bond factor should be pretty good for me. Yeah, this will be good enough. I just want to get a little bit of squashing on this thing. A little pump to it so I can see how it sounds there. That's good. And now you see we've got a separate auxiliary track right here. And now I want to name this track also at the same time. This is my drum mix track. We'll press OK. And now we want to feed this drum sound there. So I'm going to press, let's see, it's a group. See that? I'm going to take this group here. And I'm going to slow this whole group, get an idea what we can do with it. So go back up here, get a little sound going into there. That's the hi-hat. Now this is going to be a snare. Now there's a kick drum too. A little more pounding to it. I can bring the overall track down somewhat. And scroll back here in the view. And this gives me that one track there, gives me all my pump. So I can go back to here. So see, we've created this auxiliary track, which is now a compression track of the overall drum mix. So I made it a little more tighter for myself. Now what I can also do is add some more auxiliaries. Maybe add a reverb to it if I want to, or an effect on top of the drums. We'll do that next. Okay, we did a nice little mix there. I liked it. Just some idea, to get a real cool idea of what's going on here. But the first thing I want to do now is I want to go back to my groups. It's important when using these I/O setups and you're mixing something, you want to make sure you click on solo, that the entire group solo, so we can get an idea of what's in the group, how loud the sounds are, and whatever. So let's go back here to the corner here, left-hand corner. We're going to open up this edge here, view our groups, and I want to go here to modify groups. Little down triangle. We're going to select here, modify groups, and here comes groups. Now the first group we see is elements. I don't want to see the elements. So we go here and we're going to go say, okay, there we go. We're going to go to drums. There it is, the drum group. Perfect. Now I may want to modify this group a little bit, put something here. You never know. So I want to make sure when I press solo, though, that they're linked. I press solo, the sounds in this group will solo together. I want to make sure, too, in this case, I want to make sure my sends are linked. So my send mutes. I mute the entire group. Bam, I mute them in the mix. They're all muted at the same time. Get a nice quiet appeal. Put it back in. It's booming. We get back here again. We're going to do these send levels next. I want to make sure that my send levels are lined up also as well. That's important for me. And I want to add something. I want to add this drum mix I got here to the group. Okay? And that's my new group. Now it's an edit group. It's a mixed group. It could be an edit group only. It could be a mixed group only. I want it to be an edit and mixed group. I want to edit those tracks together. I want to make sure they're together when I do edit them. Now, this is what I want to see, and I'll press OK. Bam, we're in there. Looks good. Okay, scrolling here to the bottom of this view here. We got our drum mix, and I press solo here. Oh, nothing going on. Solo here. Nothing going on. Nothing going on. See that? Now, we're going to go back and see why. Is it active? Make it active. Ah, now it's active. And everybody's solo. See that? So make sure you make your group up. Make sure you're going to activate that group so you are ready to do it. Now I'm going to go back here, get rid of the edge there on the left-hand side. And now I want to add one more mix in here. I want to add in a drum verb mix group. Now, we're going to go back to my I/O setup here. I'll show you that. And I've labeled this, called it drum verb. See that? That was 3/4. Now it's called the drum verb. Good. Now we're going to go over here, and I got a new auxiliary track. Already made up already. Got that in the last lesson, so I just went ahead and did it anyway. That was in my last lesson, so here we go again. Now I want to add some sort of verb in this thing. Let's go back to the top of the track, go to here, and I want to put a little reverb in here for this drum mix thing going on. Let's see what I can do here. I want to put a reverb. Let's see. I want to go with some simple verb here. Nothing too heavy right now, just to get an idea, to give you an idea what's going on, and give me an idea what we want to do. And we got a list of verbs we can do here. Cute. And I don't want to give it too big a sound. I like a nice little simple sound for right now until I try to get too heavy when we get further in this mixing thing I want to do with you guys. Let's look for something that we like, not too boomy, not too platey. Maybe something that's going to give me something a little pulsating. This might be cool right here. This might be cool. We'll check this one out here. And it's a non-linear reverb right here, so we'll use that for a second. And I want to send sounds in this reverb. All right, so we're going to go here. We're going to bus, and we're going to go to the drum verb. Go to here to bus again. We're going to go to drum verb. And again, for the hi-hat track, we want to go to drum verb. Okay. Now, I can grab this up to here, and I'll click on here. And you'll see now, they're all the same. See that? By going into that group send there, they all become the same level. So if I touch one, they're all the same level. And they're all going to go in at the same time at the same level. Now, that's not too cool for me right now. Because, you know, verbs are like a lot of reverb. I don't want a reverb on a kick drum. That I just don't want. So we can go back here again. We're going to go to drums. We're going to modify our groups. Here's our group again. That's A. We don't want that. We want the B group. There it is, the drum group. And now we don't want to get the send levels going that way, okay? Maybe mute, but not the sends. I'll press OK. Now, I can have separate levels for the sends going to the auxiliary bus. Let's close at the left-hand side. We have our tracks and groups. And now let's move up a little bit here. This is the kick drum. I don't want much verb on a kick drum. That should be out in front of your face. Snare drum. A little verb and snare is pretty good. And then we got this here hi-hat. This hi-hat's got some effect to it. So I want the effect to linger in the background. I may want to pan it eventually, pan that effect around. So you listen to the track and the head's still in a club. It's like, where the hell's that hi-hat going to? It's spinning around and the guitar is in your face or coming from the back of the room. So it's kind of cool like that. And we're going to go like this. And next thing we're going to do is scroll to the end here. And we're going to solve this verb and get an idea what's going on here. So we're going to the verb. So I want to get more send to this verb now. See that? I'll press stop. And now we've got two auxiliaries going on. Let's label this auxiliary at the end there. Let's label that sucker. Gotta know what it is, right? This is going to be our drum verb. There it is right there. Press OK. You've got to label stuff. You got to know what's in the mix. You don't want to come back. You may go out all night, hang out with your friends, get drunk, come back next day. Oh my God, I forgot what I did in that mix. You want to come back, see it, pull it up. Yo, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. So it's always important to label your tracks and keep it inside of your mix. Keep your head in the mix. So right there, that's what we did. We actually got these drums doing pretty good there. We got a little reverb on top of them, but we're not sure the levels. But that will take care of the mixing. The purpose of this lesson now is just to understand how IOs work, how to build your tracks around IOs. As you saw there, we had another auxiliary track we got there, which is our drum verb track. We also added this other track with some compression on it, which is our drum mix track. So it's important to understand how to do this concept here. And also, when you're setting up groups, when you got these tracks lined up for your auxiliary subgroups, we have the drums going to a subgroup, so our drum mix, make sure they got them in groups, and the groups are tied together how you want to use them. Now, I'm going to go back here. I can click on here and turn this off and get my overall level going on. I'll bring my reverb down a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good there. Cool. So, as you can see there, we got a little stronger drums now. Now, so it's important when doing your mix to probably bring levels up and down, but the purpose of this lesson here is to understand the IO setup. That's it. Okay, we showed you that with the mixing. That was kind of cool. We had the subgroups going on, and we made this auxiliary track for the drums, which is right here, and we did one for the drum verb. Another thing you do sometimes when you have these auxiliaries going on is that you'll notice here that I have each one of these tracks that we have here in this group, the drum, the fat snare here, and we have also here we've got this hi-hat. The outputs are going to the master. See? The output. And we also have these sends. So we have a send here, which splits the signal up, sends that signal into the drum mix, and one sends to the drum verb. So you have two different sounds going on here, of course, almost three. So sometimes what I like to do is I like to send this sound here, for example, and bust it directly to the drum mix. And why bother sending it back out through the drum mix send? I'll just bust it straight there. And I can eliminate this mix right here. Get rid of this send here, get rid of this send here, get rid of the send that's right there also. And now these tracks are going directly into this mix right here, which is the drum mix. Now you notice they're locked together now, since they're all in one big mix group, right? I can go down, I go higher up, and they maintain that same level. Now sometimes you want that, sometimes you really don't. I do that when I have them separately going to the master. In this case, I may not want that. So we'll go back to here. We can go to our groups again and modify the group. And I go here, pick the group I want to modify. We go to drums. And this is my drum mix group. And what I want to do here right now is probably take this group here and remove it. That one thing, the drum mix, from that group. I'll press OK. And now you'll notice it's worked out right. Just that moves by itself. But these remain as a group. Okay. Now I want to solve them actually. Solve this and solve this. Now press stop. And so all you hear is the kick and the hi-hat. Now I'm going to add the snare to it. See, I was in the wrong group. Be aware of what you're doing. Now the snare drum will be there. Now watch this. I pull it down, we don't hear it anymore. Because what happened here, we took the output of these tracks and sent them directly into the auxiliary track here. So this controls the audio level of the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat. And the output of this track goes to our master, which is right here. Got that? So here, the mix goes to the master. And our drum tracks right here, these tracks go to the mix group. And next I have here, I've got the reverb set up already, right? So I can press the reverb. So I got more verb, more drums. Less drum, less verb. Bring the verb down. So we have just two tracks controlling the drums and the verb. And this mix track has the compression on it. Notice that too as well. And remember, these are also stereo outputs. You know, the 4, we do have them as stereo, which is that bus group 3 and 4, which is turned into the drum verb. And that way you can have these two tracks control the drum mix. We've got one track here with the drums mixed together with the compressor, and another track with just the reverb. Now, I can also adjust that mix. Because I have the levels I want here, right? Then I want to hear it all together. And they're all going together. Now, what I have going on also here is a guitar. The part this mix starts off at. I've got this guitar part going on. which starts right about here. And let's go back to the side of this. Now here in the guitar part, you'll see also same as earlier, where we have the lead guitar here. We've got this guitar going to a mix. See the group here, we have this guitar group here, and they're going to the guitar mix here. Now go back to our I.O. setup, and you'll see that the I.O. is set up for the guitar, which is right here, which would have been 13, 14. It's actually guitar delay. It's just a separate stereo. No mono paths built in there at all. Okay, so we see that. The output of those tracks are still going to the master, and the input here says delay. But in reality, this here is setting a send to the delay, which is right here for the guitar effects. So the delay is still going on, still in the background here also as well. So remember, this is the other effect section I've gone on. You can see all the actual auxiliary tracks. They have these arrows on them that go down. See it right there? And there are two more here and one more here. So you got to make sure what type of track you have. You can check over your mixes. And of course, this track here is our summing amp for our master. Now sometimes I'm doing a mix also. I may want to change the path. So I go back to I/O setup right here. And I've got this drum mix going like this here, and it's stereo. I can make a new path. See? I don't want that. Let's delete that path. Let's select right here. I may want to make a new subpath. Ooh, not bad. A new subpath. No, not there. Delete that one. We want to make it right here. There we go. Now this subpath could be, this could be a mono, and that could be a mono. See that? Now, it says drum mix. I can go back in here and make a drum mix 1-2. Look at that. Now, I've got a separate mono of each one of those. This is I/O. It's important to understand your I/O setup, your input-output setup. The paths in a recording session can be like a big, huge highway. You gotta know where things are going no matter what when you're in a session. Your brain must be inside the mix always. No matter what you're doing, whether you're putting a little vocal down or doing a huge mix. Remember this. See that right there? I made a new path. So I'm gonna go back here. I'll press OK. My new path set up here now. And now I'll take this mix here I've got going on. Of course, it's stereo again. And what I could do here is use this here and change the bus. I want to make this just left, let's say. I can make this other one here just left or right. See that? And left there. I can create another auxiliary track, let's say, and I may not want this track here. Or listen to it in my I may not even want that track. I'll say, let's get rid of this one. And we'll delete that track out. And we'll get a new one. And we'll make a new track right here. And we'll call this one, we'll make an auxiliary track. Let's click an auxiliary mono track. I'll put it right there. Its input will be the left. Now the mono track here, sometimes you want to save some plug-in power. And you're like, oh, I ain't got enough power, man. What am I going to do? Oh my God. So I'll go back as a reverb here, and I'll pull up a reverb. Here we go. We got a deverb right here. And this is kind of cool. We'll pull it up here. And then we'll play the mix. We'll go back to the same spot right before, actually. Let's go back to the mix window. and we want to go to here. See that? And that's just a simple verb. I made it into a mono track. We changed the output grouping. Or I can bring down the snare drum a little bit here. And I'll play my mix again. I'll bring this down. See, I'll bring this right down. That's just a stereo. That's a simple stereo. I didn't make any special reverb track for that. That or reverb plugin and use a special effect for it. But you get the idea. We can turn that simple I/O setup we had earlier, which is stereo, and make it into mono, and send a mono signal maybe into a stereo track. I can get rid of this one. Delete that. Make a new one again. Get a new track in there. I'm going to make it stereo, auxiliary, create it, make its input, drum verb right there. It'll be stereo. Put some sort of effect on this track. Let's go back to reverb again, and we'll use a different one this time. A slight spring verb. This is good enough to use. We'll pull spring verb up here just for the effect here, and we'll play it again. See if things going in there, right? So what I'm going to do is make sure that these are going into the verb. These are stereo now. See that? So there are many ways to get around in a mixer, and you've got to understand what you're doing and know where all your I/O setups are, your input outputs. This is a huge highway. The more you keep adding to it, the more you need to know what you're doing and what's going to happen when you do add more to the mix. It's important. And you will eat up a lot of power, particularly on your Mac or your PC. So it's good to know whether you want to use a stereo plugin into a mono track to cut down the power usage and get the proper effect. And this is important. All right? Cool. Okay, next we're going to talk about the modes, the various modes that we have here in our Pro Tools 8 LE. Now, as you can see here, this is the mode section here in our upper left-hand corner. We've got shuffle, we have spot mode, we've got slip mode, and we have grid mode. Now, with grid mode, we have two different options. We have relative and absolute. Now, if you click on the triangle in the corner of the grid mode, you can select absolute or relative. Or you can just click on it and switch back and forth. Then go back here to shuffle mode. Now this is my view, my current view. And I want to do one thing. I want to make it really a little bit better for me to see everything here. Well, let's go back here. Okay, here we go. We're in Edit Window View Select. Click on the triangle, and I can let's see, get rid of this. I want to get rid of that. The inserts. I want to get rid of the I/O. The real-time properties, and here's track color. Now, track color I prefer to keep myself, because when you have track color, you can actually see the color of each track. For example, here, you'll notice that I've got a master track. The master track is maroon. See the color there? And the audio track is blue. So I like to know the cost of my tracks I'm using. So I go back here on my master track, bring that down. I want to make this track a little bit larger. There we go. Maybe jumbo. That's pretty good. You can see the roll there. Perfect. Now, here in Shuffle, for example, I have a stereo track. This is a stereo region. I'll play it. You can see here the two LED meters go up here, so we know it's a stereo. Right. Now, I'm going to grab this region. I'm going to copy it. Let's go ahead and do copy. Next, I'm going to find a place I want to put it out. Say I want to put it right there. Okay. I'm going to go paste. Let's paste it in. We've pasted the region there. Now, what happens here in this shuffle view is that I can take this region. I'm using a trim tool. Actually, check this out here. I've got a tool here. That's my scrub. I can scrub along, get the right piece. I'm using a 3 tool here. I love this tool here. I've got 3 different tools. I got a trimmer on both ends. Top part, I got a selector. Select any piece of the region I want to select. Bottom half, I got a grabber. Can grab it and move it. Now, I'm going to take this region here. I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to take it and cut it up. I'm going to get rid of that piece right there. Cut. It's gone. But now I got 2 regions. See that? I chopped it out, and what happened here was that we actually got the region to snap to the next region next to it. See that? So I can take this region out, and I want to put it over here. Bam, it's still there now. So I can shuffle and move regions within the track. I can add another one. Let's go to here and say, I want to do paste. See that? I pasted the one I had before. This piece right here is pasted right there. See that? But it doesn't snap to the track. It goes to where I selected the point, to the point where I selected it to go to be pasted in at. Right there. Now, I can take this piece and move it over to the end here, and it's there. But the space remains there. Now, what happens in shuffle mode is that you can cut, you can paste, you can delete, you can do anything in a region freely within the track or to other tracks. But the movement is constrained by other regions. Now, how does it say, for example, that if I place several regions in a track, they automatically snap to each other, as you can see here. I put this here, it snaps to that one, bam, look at that. It snapped, now the space is here. Now, it made this whole thing became that one space thing. Before me undo that. See, I grab it, I move it here, undo it. See, this space here and this space here. Now, move over here. Let's take it, grab it, it's over there, see that? And now this space is bigger because they're all snapping to the space. The space is almost like it's a region, but it's just a space there. So in shuffle mode, adding another region to the beginning of a track also moves other regions back. So I can take this, put it up again, put it over here at the top. Bam, they all move back. Look at that. But they're snapping to each other. There's no space allowed. It's a tight fit. It's important to know that. Now what I can do too, I can get rid of this, undo that. I can say, well, get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. Now, I've got this one region right here. Now, this is kind of cool using shuffle mode. Well, let's say you've got a loop, and you want to loop this thing to a track or to a specific area of that track. You might want to have some space there if you want, say one part's for the bridge, one part's for the chorus, or whatever. I'm going to take this one region. Next, I'm going to duplicate it. I'll duplicate it again. Go to edit, duplicate. Now you got to select it, duplicate. If it's not selected, you can't do anything. There's no option to do a duplication. So you've got to make sure you can grab it, duplicate it. Now, I can start from the top again. And you're going to notice that this loop actually works. That means I can go from one end of the loop, next loop, and it fits in perfectly. See? It's a great way to put your loops together in a specific track. So you've got it rolling along without any problems, provided you got the right beginning and the right ending, and it's trimmed properly. There you go. And that's how shuffle mode works. Okay, now we're going to do slip mode, but first we're going to go back to shuffle mode. Just want to explain one thing. Sometimes let's see, copy this, and I'll put it here. Paste it there, and I'll put it here again, and I'll keep it like that. Okay, that's good. And I might want to get a piece of this, and I'll copy that, and I'll paste that right here. Good. I'm in slip mode here. So in slip mode, sometimes, and you're editing stuff, you're moving this here, and we move this over here. As you can see, you can move them anywhere freely in the region space. And when you are editing up tracks and regions in Pro Tools, whether MIDI or sample regions, or whatever, sometimes you don't want anything to fall out of place. Now, how we do this generally, I generally lock my tracks up or lock a region up. That's here. I can go to a region and lock it. Now, what you can do here, as you can see right, I got this region right here. Instead of doing that, I can go here. I can press the Command key on my Mac or Control key on your Windows and click on this shuffle. And what happens is that it stops us from going back to shuffle mode and letting shuffle cause any problems. I can click on spot, I can click on grid, I can click here on slip mode. Once I go to shuffle, can't do it because we locked it out. And the reason being is this. Let me show you this. Let me go back to opening it again. I pressed Command and I clicked on shuffle. Using Windows, you press Control and then click on shuffle. Is that if I take a region like this, for example, and I want to, let's say, make a copy of it, and I want to take that copy and place it somewhere in a track, you don't know the reason why, I put it right there. It fits in. I know I'm doing this track and say I'm doing some editing. Or I gave my track to someone to do some editing and left the room, or you're in another recording session. Well, the other tracks in the same, other regions in the same track have not been displaced. Now, I'm going to do this. If I go to shuffle mode and I grab this region, I'm in shuffle mode, could be a mistake. And I want to put it right here. Once I put it right here and I paste it in, everything else shifted. I shifted everything in this track. This could have been a song, it could have been vocals that were being recorded, and I moved it in, made a mistake, put them in there. I went and did something else, and you go back to the track and say, wait, what happened? Well, you could do some editing in several tracks, and you could have everything out of sync, and you're really in trouble then. So let's undo this. They shift back to where they were. So to stop that from happening, we're going to press Command on my Mac. I'm going to press the Shuffle Mode button, and now we've locked it out totally. So if you're saying here about slip mode, it's pretty simple. You can slide tracks anywhere. You can even overlap. I overlapped them. Look, overlap tracks, pretty cool. You can overlap tracks if you want. So I want to make a track overlap. You never know. And I want to take a track and put this between these two tracks. Bam, you could do that. You can move freely within shuffle mode, within slip mode, that is. Now, what happens in slip modes, regions can be moved freely within a track or to other tracks. I can move these regions. And there's no problem. There's no problem going between them, laying on top of them. And I use slip mode generally when you want to trim the selector tool or the grabber tool and even the pencil tool to work without any restrictions. Like, for example, I'm here and I got this right here. I'd say, okay, let me make this look, let me go back to here and make it look real boom, 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 way out like that. Look at that. I want to grab my pencil tool. I want to change the feel. See, I can do the changing of the waveform. I can change the waveform like that. See, this is my pencil tool. I'm free to do what I want to do in slip mode. Let me undo those two things. And let me shrink it back down. And you can do this with your grabber, as you can see here. I can grab stuff, move it around, no problem. I've got my selector, chop, cut it, paste it here, take this, grab that, duplicate it again, move this over here, copy this, and say I want to put it right here. Bam. See that? You can do what you want to do. It's freely done in slip mode. All right, next we're going to cover spot mode. Now here in spot mode, we have the capability of moving selected regions into tracks and placing them according to their time. That means you can put them, let's say it's a 30-second sample. I want to put it at a specific point in a track. Now, to use spot mode, you place the region at a precise location. In spot mode, you can specify a frame location or location based on any other time format, like a time code or beats and bars, whatever, and you can place it in here. Now, a great way to use it is with a movie. So I'm going to pull a movie up here for a second. I got a little movie I've got here for this demonstration, and we're going to go to import. Import right here, and we're going to import video. Let's find a video file. It should be here in my desktop. Right there, there it is. And we're going to go get this test movie. Import this. See, when you import a movie, it says right here, video import options. So I'm not going to bring the audio in. Make sure it starts at the beginning of the session. There's my movie right there. As you can see, I'll press play. It's got my beat here, this little beat here going along with it. I can select this beat. I might want to use it right now in the movie. I'm going to press Command and M to mute that region. Next, I want to import the audio for that particular movie I have here. And I'm going to find here on my desktop. It should be coming up right here. Here's audio for the test movie. I'm going to go to convert. See right here? So it's right there. I've got it, and I press convert. It adds it over here. It's going to convert it into a file that can be used in Pro Tools. You can see here my conversion is going to be 44.1. And this is actually already 44.1, 16-bit. So we're good to go. I'll press done. Now it asks location. Put it in this specific folder, which is my audio file folder. I'll say sure, put it right there. And next, it's asking me, do I want to make a new track or put it in my region list? Well, we'll put in a new track, and we'll make it from the start of the session the same as the movie. So now, I'll move the movie over here, and we'll play from the top of the movie. So you can see the movie's going along. She's running to catch whatever, and it stops right there, right? Okay, that's good enough for me right now. Next, what I want to do, I want to get some samples. Let's go to Input, Import. We'll import audio. And I can select what I want to import. I go to here, let's say, for example, and here, and I'm looking for some effects. Here we go. I may want to get a bus. So I'll add the bus. I might want to get a cough. I'll add the cough. Maybe a girl scream. Always good in a movie. Add that. And what else do you want? Maybe a gunshot somewhere. It's always good. Let's see. I'm going to test it. See what it sounds like. Ooh, there's a gunshot right there. Okay, that's good. Let's get that. And let's add it in first. Let's go to add. There you go. And now I press done. Now I have the option here as well to go to a new track for each one of these sounds or make it into the region list. So we're going to send them to the region list. We'll press here. We're going to go to region list. It will place those sounds in the region list. I'll press OK. And there they go. You see them right here. All 4 of those sounds are now in the region list. So next thing I want to do here next is we're going to probably go to spot mode. Purpose of the lesson, let's do this. So first thing I want to do now is I want to get a girl screaming. You always hear that first, right? So we always got a girl screaming. I'm going to put it somewhere here now. I'm going to go here and see as I move the file in, you see the video move in sync. So it's every little second I got here, I got it moving. So before anything happens, here we are in the, and she starts moving here. So that's the action. I'm going back here a little bit more. Right there. But as I do, the dialog box comes up for spot mode. Now here in this box, what we can do is we can place this particular region, this girl scream, where we want to place it at. We'll place it right here. This is pretty cool. So I'll place it here, and I give it a new start point. I say I want to go with exactly this start point here. 7 seconds. See, it moved right there to 7 seconds. I'll press play. We got an audio file in there. Well, next, what I can do here is I like that. Make it a little bigger right here, right now. I go to my volume. I could bring this down. I could say, okay, you know, this is the size of the sample. And now I want to bring this down. I want to bring this down somewhere. Let me go back up to here a little bit. And you can see I'm in this regions list here. And press OK. Dialog box came up right there for a second. And now we grabbed it. I can bring this down somewhat. See that? And I'll press play. So we can't even hear it. We'll bring it up a little bit more. And here, I can bring it like this a little bit. So it's like getting closer there, right? So we'll bring it down a little bit more right there. So we've got that in there next. And I'll close that off. Next, I could bring a gunshot in. We'll grab the gunshot. And we'll put in this track. So the gunshot right before the screen. Now as I do, you see the actual video clip go by there. I want to get the gunshot just before, right here, let's say for example. Now, the next spot mode dialog box comes up right here. That was the start and the end of the sample. See that there? So the start of the sample. This is my sync point from where it starts from. That's the end of the sample right there, and it's duration. So I'll press OK. Just to test, see where it's at. I can go to here, for example, press this. Okay, she's running. So I can get a guy coughing. Back to here. Let's get someone coughing right here. See, we're moving along in the video. See, we're moving along. And we get him coughing right after she's running here. Get that scream going on. And here we are. We can press OK. And I can grab this region again. And I might want to shorten this region. Make the length a little bit shorter. There's the beginning, start point. And of course, here is the end. So I can go to here, for example, I can say, well, the end is there. I can maybe make it, let's say, 1, 4. Press edit. But see, it moved it over. So it made the end of it there. It didn't shorten the region down. It said the end is there, so the start's over here. Be aware of that. So whenever you're using spot mode, be aware you really can't change anything unless you can change the duration of the sample itself. So we couldn't change the duration, that's the end point. So if I change the end point, it moves over, it changes the beginning sync point. Okay? We'll press OK. And that's how we can actually take files and put them into the session, and we put them in spot mode. This can happen for music also as well. You can want to put the music into the video, or you want a specific point in a movie frame that you want to put a sound. We'll just import that region, place it into your session, and you're good to go. All right, now we're going to do some more about grid mode. We've got our movie going here a little bit, and I can also lower tracks down. Let's see it here. Okay, we got everything in this little movie going on. But you'll notice here everything's set by frame rate. It's all set to seconds. Look back in the background, that's the first second, the first second. These are just seconds. I don't have to work in seconds. We're going to go to something a little more fine. We're going to go here, and we're going to work maybe in 100 milliseconds. Now see the grid change. See this right here? Now it's really fine-tuned. This is ridiculously fine-tuned. Let's go to here, and you'll see it. See that? And each one of these is 100 milliseconds. Look at that. That's from there. It's 100 milliseconds. So I can also go to 10 milliseconds, and here's the grids change even more. See that? Wow. That's a really fine grid. Now, the reason why I want to do this, we may want to move in smaller increments. It's important to do. Let's say, for example, I wanted to move this cough further. Instead of being in spot mode, I just want to have a grabber at this point. Let's click the grabber right there. See that? You can select the grabber. You get the grabber tool by itself. Moving a time displacement here. I can move it and I'm moving it real slow. I move my cuff could start right there. See that? That's pretty cool. Now, I can also, let's say I want to get that bus I had. Here's a bus. I bring my bus into the track right here. And we're not using spot mode now no longer. We're here in the grid mode, and I can move it to the grid. And you'll see here in the settings, it shows you where I'm moving here. As I move it along, the cursor, it tells me where the cursor's at and where the cursor's at. Every time I move a little bit, it's moving in increments. It's moving in increments which are 10 milliseconds. That's my grid value. This is my nudge value as well. So select the file. I can move it back and forth in terms of milliseconds, 10 milliseconds or so, and move it up or down. Now, this is important to do this so that you know how to use grid mode. It'll snap to that grid. Like, say if I had a music and I had music in the background, I want to put these beats in. I can also go in terms of BPMs and make sure the beats fit someone who's rapping a song or a singer. I want to make sure that the track fits along with what she's doing. So when I actually make the video, it comes out perfect. So here we're going to be in minutes and seconds, and I can go here and say, for example, and since let's get rid of the region list. In this, I'll go back to the 3 tool option. I can bring this down somewhat. I have a bus coming in right here. And the bus comes in, she's catching the bus. But this is all about using the grid mode, of making it snap to that particular point in the grid. Now before we did spot mode, we had to know specifically where you want to have the region to come up in the grid or in that spot, but it would be set to that spot you wanted to have it at. Here in grid, we can move it along the grid, but it snaps to the grid. For example, again, I'll move back here and go to 500 milliseconds, approximately half a second. You'll see me move it up. I'll grab the region, move it up here. See, it snaps only to where the next point is at. No matter where I go to, it'll only snap to the grid. Now, let me fine tune this a little bit more, and you'll see even better. As we expand the view, I move it up, it only snaps to the 500 millisecond grid definition. So this grid is 500 milliseconds. And whatever I bring into the grid will snap to that 500 milliseconds. Now, using relative is great for using music. That means you have a quarter note, and it's only set for a quarter note. It'll snap to that quarter note only. And in terms of what that means, that if I move this region up, it's only set to quarter notes, it has to make sure that's relative to that quarter note in the grid. It's great for making your beats fall in line when you want to make a relative evaluation of where you want to put this particular drum, kick, or snare, or maybe even a vocal. You want to make it relative to everything else in the track itself. And we'll show that more later on when we use relative with more music. But this is how we use grid. It's left the grid, and we can nudge it along in that grid, setting our nudge value as well. And here we can go to seconds. So remember, it's a grid. You move the region within the grid, and it snaps to the nearest location that you move the region to in that grid. All right, next I want to show you a little bit about some of these other things on top here in the top part of Pro Tools in the edit window. Now here, for example, we can show the size of a region. Now this looks pretty small. I'm just going to watch this. I'm going to go out here further and further. And as we do, we're expanding the view. The view looks much wider, and we can see the samples, actually the regions where they are here, within the track. And you can see the beginning. And instead of my little tool, here's my scrubber tool. See? I can scrub and know what that is right there, of course. And here, this is for my audio zoom out. Here's my audio zoom in. As you can see what happens, we're making this file bigger. We can see it now. So we can see the file much bigger than before. It's right here in the window. See that? I'm dragging my scrubber along there. And we can shrink it down also. So this is for our view of the audio file. Now this is for MIDI right here, which we'll do later on. Right now, this is just for audio. And here, of course, I can squash it back down, look at my entire view of the entire song if I'd like to, or I can look at a certain section. I may want to edit some of these particular regions to fit what I'm doing here. As you can see here, there's very little space for any noise in my kick, snare, and hi-hat, for example. Now I can go to here, and this is the zoom. Now I click on here, we see a single zoom. Let's say, for example, I go to here, I click it once, and see what happened here? My tool went back to the scrubber tool, the tool I originally had when I started doing this. So it gives me one single zoom. I hit that zoom, it goes right to that single zoom. Now I go back here again, and press the little triangle below the magnifying glass there in the single zoom, and we'll go back to normal zoom. Now here in normal zoom, you'll notice that I can click on here. I can keep going, man. I can go forever like that. And I can go back out here, of course. See that? Get back out like that. I can click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, keep clicking. It's not a single zoom. But with single zoom, I get one chance. And I'm back to my original tool I was using. See, I was here, for example. I'm in single zoom. And I go, okay, click. I'm back to my 3-tool option. Right here, see? That's how the single zoom and normal zoom work. And here also we have our trimmer. Our trimmer has several different options here. You can see we have our standard, which is the standard trimmer. We'll get here, for example, let's spin back out a little bit more. And I've got this thing right here. See that? Standard right there. Okay, I can do the front, I can do the back, but I'm in grid mode. So you gotta be where you are. I'm gonna go slip mode because I can freely use my trimmer, my grabber, or my selector, even my pencil tool in slip mode freely. Now, for example, right here, I can stretch this out. Oh, wow, nothing to stretch there, right? As you can see, I can go on and on. Now, the original sample to this thing is still there. But what I wanted to do was, like, of course, I wanted to chop it down. So let's go undo, undo, and I'm back to the original size of the sample. That's how this tool works. Now, we can also, at some point, we have this time compression part of the tool, where we can make a specific piece fit time. Let's say we want it to be 100 BPM rather than 120. We'll make that specific sample or sound or vocal fit 120. We'll have the loop option with this tool, which allows us to loop the option. See that? And we say loop it. It's a loop option we can have with this tool as well. And we'll go back here to our specific standard. We'll get more detailed soon. Just want to give you a really good overview of the tools. Here's our selector tool. No more options. One thing here, just select that item. I can, let's see, let's sort of squash it back down a little bit. I may want to go from here to here. I'll press play. So I'm selecting the specific region that I want to check out and say, get there, it'll stop. So I can take a region and say I want to chop it out. So my tool allows me to do many things, but I get to select what I'm looking for. I can say I'm looking for this one part here. With okay, I select it. I highlight that area. The area is highlighted, and then I can do what I want to do: either chop it up, paste something else in there, or edit that region another way by adding some sort of effects in one region. Now here we also have our grabber tool. Now this tool is kind of unique, of course, really good tool to use. We can do time. That means we grab it, move it in time. We can separate it, and we have object also, which we'll explain later on. And we have, of course, we have our scrubber. We can scrub the track, which is good. And then we have our pencil tool. Now, the pencil tool has several options. We have free, we have got line, we've got triangle, we've got the square, we've got the random axis, the parabolic, and we also have our S-curve. Now here, for example, I can, let's say, open up see, I pull it down, you can't see anything. The tool is invisible. So here I am on a kick track. I'll press play from the beginning. I can't do anything with the tool, see that? But I can do something here in the volume. Watch this, bring the kick down around. I can bring the kick back up here. Whoops. So I did some automation moves there with the audio. I can start from the beginning again, and you'll see that the pencil tool allowed me to change the automation for the volume of that track. You can see where it peaks here, goes back down. So the pencil tool can work with the automation. We can also use it with a waveform. Now here I'm going to go back here and I'm going to select the kick drum. I'll get my selector tool back again. I'll select this one. I can grab it, click on it twice, and I'll expand my view. Let's try and do this with a single click. Bam! There we go. And I can go to here. Let's go to a normal, and we'll do it again, and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And now I'll pull my pencil tool out. See? I'm still invisible. It's a ghost pencil. You can't see it, can't move it, just sitting there like, what am I going to do? It's ghost. So we're going to expand the view a little bit more here. Expand, expand, expand. And it's still ghost. And now, look, the pencil. So you can see the pencil now. See the eraser, you see the little yellow in the pencil, and the point. So now I'm going to squash it down a little bit more, squash it. See, now, when I get to this point in the waveform, and you see the waveform go up and down there, right? Gets a transient, right? See that right there? Now watch this. I'm going to go here and go, bam. Open up one more time, and once I get this wide here, I have the ability to edit the waveform with the pencil. I can select whatever I want to select. I can select the line, freehand, triangular, square, random, parabolic, or the S-curve, which is kind of cool also. I can go and say, oh, I want to get a little bit of this and move this like that and move it over here. Oop, I did it. And look what happened. I just edited that kick drum. Of course, I gave it a new name. And I can go here and say, I don't want that. I'm going to undo the pencil move. Bam. And we're back to original. And then right there. See that? That's how our pencil tool works right there. So next, I'm going to show you some stuff, how you do the same thing, I guess, with MIDI. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to save this. I'll close this session. I can open a recent session, go to my MIDI session. Here's the MIDI session I have here ready, waiting to go. And here's some MIDI data right here. I've got MIDI data in this track. Here's MIDI data track 2. And we can do the same thing here with the MIDI data. I'll click on MIDI data here. I can make it zoom in or zoom out. As you can see, nothing happens, right? But what we can do here is that we can expand it outwards. And we can also, see that? Contract it. It's a little small. That's pretty cool. And we can expand it larger. So you can see the MIDI files. Or see the MIDI data. And we can get a little tool here and grab the MIDI data if we want to grab that data. Oh, we grab that whole track. Look at that. We're grabbing the entire track, the entire region there. See? So when you want to edit the data, we can edit data also. Single notes if you'd like to as well. And we have a pencil tool too. We can actually write in some stuff. Let's say you want to write something into the track. And we're saying, let's write something into this track and see what we can do here. Well, let's make this track a little bigger. Here, we can scroll down. There's a track. See those notes? It's not to write this note. I can take this note here. I can move this note. See, they're all moving. See, so when I select, I can go back to here. I want to select one note. Get my little hand here. Okay, good. And now I want to go back here to the one hand thing. I got one note. And I can take this single note and move it anywhere I want to move it in the line. See? And you can see where it's at in relation to the piano keys right here. And up or down, and we're good to go. And I can also write notes in. Like I said, I'm going to write a note right here. There's a note. I want to make that note a little, let's see, get my little expander tool right here. I want to get to the end of this note and make it a little longer. See that? The same thing can happen in MIDI as it does happen in audio. It's important to understand that. Now I'll get rid of this. I'll undo, and my file remains the same. But we can edit the data in both ways. Next, we'll get more specific about our tools and how to use them. All right, next here I want to show some ideas about using the zoom tool. Now the zoom tool goes here to the edge here. I've got to move this screen to the edge here. And now, of course, we know that this up and down, we highlight the wave files. So all the wave files move that way. Now with this zoom tool, if I click on here and drag with my mouse, see that? You can just drag across it. You can close it. You can get it wider. And look at that, see? That's just dragging without doing anything. So I can drag along here, find the part I want, let go, and I'm right there to the size I want to have it at. Now, the same works this way. See that? So you can just drag your mouse any way you want to. Just put it on over here and drag it. See that? I'll put it over here and drag it. See? That's how it works. And the same here. See that? With a wave file, I go up or down. You see the little triangle. As I go down, the triangle on the bottom is highlighted. I go up, the triangle on the top is highlighted. Now this is right here for the audio zoom out or in. See, top is in or out. We just grab it, click on it, drag the mouse up or down. Works really good that way. This also works for MIDI as well. Now also we have here below, we have memory locations. Here's the first memory location. That's memory zoom memory 1. Here's zoom memory 2. Here's 3. Here's 4, and then there's 5. And these are all presets. You can probably change them as well if you'd like to. We'll cover that later on, but you can read your manual and discover how to do that yourself. Now, what you also can do here with the zoom tool, as you can see here, we can click back and forth. Now, we have them here. I can press F5. I can go between the single zoom and the normal zoom. See that? That's pretty cool. Now, we can also, on a Mac, we'll press Control Command here. And I can zoom here in the ruler section. See the section here, the ruler section? I'll click here, I can zoom right there. And it zooms. I can pick any section. Let's say I'm here in the ruler section. I want to go to bar 23. I want to zoom there. Let's go to bar 23. We zoomed into it. That's really good. Because it helps you to get a great idea of the area that you want to tweak. Now I can also go here into my zoom window. Into my window here in zoom. I can, let's say, for example, maybe I'll select the track. Go to here. I'll press Control Command in the zoom window. I'll click, and see, I can zoom in or out in the window also. This is by pressing Control Command on my Mac. See that? Right out and in again. I can also, that's what the track will say, Control Command again. And I can go in here. Let's see, check right there. And I can just pick that one track. See that? I can just pick one single track. And I can change the height and the width. Just the height and the width there of that one audio file, that region right there. In case I want to see it better or see it bigger. See that? I'm bringing it back down again. And that's using Control Click. Right there with my normal zoom or single zoom. Now if I go to normal zoom here, let's say for example, I've had this continuous thing going where I keep zooming in and out. To pull back, let's press Option. You press your Option button and you can click back out. See, it goes minus sign. It's a little minus sign now there in the magnifying glass. Release the Option button with a plus sign. So I can go in and go out to the zoom in our edit window. Okay, now I want to talk about the zoom toggle preferences. Now here, for example, we've got these buttons right here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now 1, as you can see right here, is a specific zoom memory. You can see it's right there. 5 is another one, see? And we can also tell here from right here, this little ruler section on top of the whole edit window here, right below our edit. You can see right there, that's 5. I'm moving right along, I'm grabbing on, that's 5 setting. I can go to 4, and this is the 4 setting. I can go to 3, and this is the 3. I just grab this and move it right along, right here, right above the ruler, and we can move anywhere within the track and find it. We're going to go right here. We stop there, we know where we are, bam. And that's that ruler setting. And that's the zoom setting. Here's 1. This is the 1 zoom setting. See? See how big that is. Now we can change this preset. We'll click here, for example, that's the 1. I may not want the zoom setting to be this way. I may want to expand it some more and get a better view of the overall track or just a specific kick drum track right here. I can go here and say, okay, I'll click on it one time, two times. That's the view I want for one. We'll go to here. We'll left click rather, hold it down, and you'll see right here, as I click it down, I have two options. I can recall the zoom preset, or I can say this is my new preset. I'll say save zoom preset. We save it, we're right there, look at that. Now watch this. I can go to 5 again, I'll go to 1, and this is my new preset, see that? So we can have several different settings here, up to 5. You can change them for any session you want to change them for. It'll be saved to the memory location right there. And I can go back again and say, well, I like this setting, I want to change it again. I'm going to press the Option key, click on the track right here, click on it again. Now, I clicked on the track, it looks beautiful, right? This is great. Once it's clicked onto it, hold it back again here. Next thing we'll do is I want to save it. I'm going to left click it, hold the button down, and I'll say Save Zoom Preset. It's saved. I go to 5 again. I go to 1. It's been saved. Now it's important to remember this because sometimes you're doing a session and you could be doing a vocal and you want to zoom in on this vocal from different regions, and you may want to go from one to the other and you can see the different locations. So you go back to the smaller version, you can see it. I can say, well, let me go back to even smaller version. I'll press Option, go to here. That's pretty small right there. Let's go back one more time. And let's go back one more time. In. There you go. I'll say save this. I'll click here and I'll save the zoom preset. Now that's saved. That's pretty cool. The next thing I can do here is I can click on it again, go to 5, that's the other preset. Go to here, I got another one, see? That's a cool way to do it. Now what we can also do, we have this toggle button right here, which is our zoom toggle. Now how zoom toggle works is that it already has some presets built into zoom toggle, as you can see right here. So we're going up or down, or we can go in here. Either way, that's a zoom toggle. We'll go to Pro Tools LE right here. We're going to go to Preferences. Open Preferences. We got our edit window. See, we got display, we got operation, we got editing, mixing, processing, MIDI, synchronization. We're going to go to edit. Editing window here. We go right here. You'll see it right there. This is the zoom toggle preference section in the editing. And we can go here, we can go to last zoom, selection or the last used vertical zoom. I can do selection, last used vertical zoom. And here we can do track height. I can click here, I can remove the range selection after zooming. And here I can do the last used for the track height and the last used for the view. Now how this works kind of like when you're actually doing MIDI, you want to set the zoom toggle preferences. You're just doing MIDI alone to vertical zoom as the last, see? Then I'll do the horizontal zoom as the last zoom, and I can make my height go to just fit window. That's a great setting to use when using MIDI zooming for MIDI, and your zoom toggle setting will be set that way in the preferences. You can press OK and keep it that way. But for this selection right now, I'm going to use last used here. I'm just doing a few things here. It's going to selection, and the selection is the default, and I'll press OK. And my toggle is set. I go to toggle, and it's set the way I want to have it. I can scroll between tracks, and then of course I have my permanent settings for how I want to look at stuff. I'll go out of toggle now and just go to here and zoom in either way I want to zoom in or out. It's a great way to get around on your editing window in Pro Tools. Okay, so right now I've got this file right here, and I can extend a little bit more here using my, see, got my trimmer tool there. We're using the 3-tool option, one of my favorites. I can do trimming and grabber, and I can do selection. So I'll play the file. Okay, that's pretty boring, right? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to open up a little bit more. I want to get to the end of this file. So in order to do that, I'm going to take this trimmer tool, and I'm going to go here, and I want to zoom in even more. So I'll go to here, and I think I'll zoom in a little bit more. See that? Using my little zoomer right there on the top. We showed you last lesson. And now we're getting tighter and tighter. Now, I'm going to undo this. Now watch this. I'm going to go to shuffle mode. Grab this thing. Wait, let's go to split mode first. Grab this file, put the direct top to the very beginning. Let's zoom out a little bit here. I'm going to get it to the top. There's the beginning. Okay, right there. Grab the file, push it there. Perfect. Now, I'm going to go to shuffle mode. Here in shuffle, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm pressing Command, my out bracket, and now I got my trimmer tool to the edge there. I'm moving it up here. Look at this. Bam. It goes right back at the top. So I want to find the beginning of this region as across the apex here. So I'm going to go to here, and ooh, that's a pretty good view, right to there. I want to get the beginning of it. So that's not the beginning for me. I'll look again closer and get to the very top. There we go, that's the top here. Good. And now I want to look a little tighter. I want to get the just when that cymbal starts to hit. Right there, it's good. Perfect. Now, I'll play the beat. Now, this beat is approximately 100 BPMs per minute. That's 100 beats a minute. Okay, so I know what it is already. So I'm going to take this now. I'm going to go to grid mode. Bam. Now, here you can see my tempo is set to 100 BPM. You can tell right there. I'll click on this right here. A little tighter. Click on that thing. And it's 100 BPM right there. See that? So now I can take this. I'm in grid mode. And my grid, what's my grid set to? My grid set to, we'll set it right here. As you can see right now, my grid is set to quarter notes. So right here, I'm a loop. That's a good size. Now we can tell, of course, according to right here, my beats and bars, and I can loop it here. So to loop it, I'm going to go here to options, and we're going to go to loop playback. And so we're getting boring here. We're going over and over the track. It's kind of cool. Sometimes you're in a recording session, you know, and the singer can't sing at a particular speed, we'll say. Or the rapper can't rap, or whatever's going on. You're doing something for a movie, and they want to make this file fit perfectly in sync. And here's what we do. We'll normally sit up here and we'll go, okay, bet. Here's what we do. We're going to time here, and we got time compression. Now, I may have to, at some point here, change the tempo. I clicked on here, got my tempo changed. See this? I'm going to make it 120 BPM. 120. Press. Now, this is my resolutions right here. See that? I'm doing a quarter note resolution. Be aware of that. And I'll press OK. And now, it's supposed to be 120 beats per minute, right? So this is off now. So this beat's not going to match this tempo. And so what I need to do is make it fit that. Now, as you can see here, the tempo says 120 BPMs. And here's how you do it. You go here to your trimmer tool. You go to TCE. This is our time compression expansion tool. And what we can do here is that we can change this to fit the grid. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, grab the end of it, put it in somewhat, and get it right there. And now I'll play the beat. Now, I'll undo it. Now, as you can hear right now, the pitch of the sample did not change. What did change was the speed. Okay? That's what time compression does. Let's say you've got someone who really can't sing that well. You might bring her into the session, you do a couple of backgrounds, you want to speed her tracks up, but keep the pitch right. She may only sing at a slower pace better. So, let her sing at that pace, then you can time compress the tracks. So you time compress those vocals again and make them fit into the track you want to do. It's great for remixing also. So that's how we do it there with grid. I can do it in slip too if I want to. Make it just fit some other parameter I want to make it fit, or do it in, if I go to spot mode, I click on the track, I get the spot mode dialog box, see? And it gives me, the only option I actually have here is the duration and the ending, as you can see right there. And that's how we use our time compression tool. Now I can go back, let me press undo here. Where's my undo? Undo this event. We're back to 100 BPMs right there. Now sometimes you've got a track, let's say you got this one right here, and we want to loop it, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 times, or you got a vocal and it fits in this one bar, and you want to put the backgrounds to be, let's say, 4 bars, and you don't want to record them again, because the girl couldn't sing them right the first time, and you got them perfect now, and then she can relax, she's doing her thing, and they want to, hey, hook me up. That's how you help them out. You loop the damn thing in the track. Let's go back here. I'm going to bring it down a little more like this. And this is in the track. I'm going to go here, using my trimmer tool again, and go to the bottom here. And we can use our loop tool. Look, that's pretty cool. We get a loop tool. It turns into a loop tool. Here's how this works. You will grab, let's say, the part you want to get here. I want to start from here. And oops, we're back in the wrong mode. Cancel that. Let's go back to the more I want to be in like grid mode. And go to here. Maybe slip is better. Yes. Yeah, go in here. There we go. And we're going to go to here. I'm going to take this track. I'm going to get from the top here. We're going to do that. I'm going to get a little bigger. Here we go. Get to the edge right there. I want to get it right into the track, right on the top. See, it's been the top part, not the bottom part. The bottom part, the trimmer. Move to the top, we get the loop tool. Go from here. I'm going to loop all the way to the end like that. And now you'll see this little arrow, a curved arrow there, which is going back to the beginning of the file. Now, let me shrink this back down again. And now, I can go to my regions menu, select a loop, and I have the number of times I can loop this. Loop length. See the loop length there? I can go ahead and say, well, look, I want to loop this 4 times. Press 4, press OK, and see what happened? It made a new file. And it's a 4-bar loop. From the top. And you see here in the bottom of each one of these files, there's a loop section there. So at the bottom of each one of these files it created, there's a little loop curved arrow at the end of each one of those, which signifies that this is a loop measure. Now you can change just one measure. Let's say we change the first one here. I can change the length of it, and it will change the other measures as well. But the purpose here is to be able to understand how to use your trimmer tool. Now next I want to talk about the Smart tool, but first I want to go back to the selector tool. There's one thing, there aren't many options here to select the region. This piece you want, that piece you want, you select it, you got it. You do your option with it, you can copy, paste, or whatever. I can go, for example, I want to copy that piece, then I want to say put it here, then I want to say paste that piece, I paste it there, and that little section's right there again. I can press undo, of course, and we undo what we just did. That's pretty simple, right? Now, this is a tool that I love to use. I said earlier through this whole lesson program is my Smart tool. The Smart tool is 3 tools in one. An amazing thing. Now check this out. We can change this to be our TCE, and it's still part of Smart tool. We can make a looper here, and it's still part of the Smart tool. We can go back to this and make this trim part of the Smart tool back to being standard again. And we can make the other end of this tool, which is the grabber. It can be time. We can also do a separation with the grabber, and we can also do an object, grabbing objects, certain regions here and there, or MIDI notes and moving them all at once in our editing. And the unique thing is you can use all 3 at the same time, and it's called the Smart tool. Because it's so smart, you can do anything you want to do with it. So I'll do some sort of little tricks here. Let's see, I got a Smart tool here. Now, for example, that grabs it in time. I can move that region anywhere. And here, I've got a separator here, so I can go to here, and it becomes this little scissor thing. I can click on this, and then go somewhere else in a region, grab the selector here, put it there, and then I could paste that part. Use the little separator there, and I can paste it right in, right there. See? I can undo that. Now, I can make it a smart tool. This is even better. I can say I want to cut this region out. I go to the bottom, and it becomes the separator. See, I click on it, and it highlights the area that I just had. I can take it and drag it someplace else. I just cut it out of there. That's pretty cool, right? Let's undo that. And that's using all three tools here. So I can take it and shrink it back down or whatever. Or I can say, here, I want to do this. And I grab that. Yep. We'll grab this and cut this out and move it over here. Let's see, just grab it and move it, right? But if I do this, and let's say I go to here and paste it, it doesn't paste. It gets the last thing that was in the paste copy menu, so remember that. But what I can do, though, is I can get the selector tool, I can go to here, select that region there, and then cut it out, and then, man, if I can do this, I can probably take it and move it here and paste it. You think so? Nope, so the same thing, see that? So you have to actually cut it out. So go to here, we grab that region we want, we get the little selector tool, move down, becomes the cutter, and we cut it out like that. So be aware how you can use your smart tool. I can also do this thing. I can say here, go to my grabber here and change the grabber. I want the grabber to become this object grabber. So I'm going to grab more than one object. Click on here and you'll notice there's a yellow outline of the region that I'm going to grab. I'll hold on the shift button. I'll click here. It grabs that too. Here too. Grab that too, and grab this. Now you might be grabbing, let's say, a verse, chorus, bridge, or some drum parts. A kick drum part you want to repeat again in the 27th measure or something. Well, it's a great way to grab them all at once. You take it, and then I can grab and move them if I want to. See, they're moving right there. See, I'm moving them. Or I can just go up here and press copy, or press Command C, and I'm copying. And my selector tool comes out right here on top. Make sure I'm in my smart tool here on top, and I could paste them right there. Let's shrink this down a little bit, and you can see it. Now undo that. Undone. And so using the smart tool here, I can select here, for example, objects, and go to smart tool. As you can see here, we can't do that. All we can do fades. Now watch this here. We're going to go to here, and I'm going to expand a little bit. Now, the Smart tool gives the following capacities. And what you can do is that you have the ability to actually make these fade files, which is really cool here. Want to see this here? I can go to here and do a fade file. That's so cool. Now let me, bam, look at that. It fades out. Now I can take this fade file and extend it somewhat. Let's say I want to extend it to there, and that fade file extends even further. I can go here and extend it. So I can play from there. Let's play from right here, and ooh, that's kind of funky. Go back to here. Cuts it off. Now, let's expand it a little bit. There we go, that's better. I'm going to undo. And right here, we're back in the file. Now, here at the bottom corner, so I can do this here. I got this fade thing going on. And here on top, I got this other fade thing. So I can do a cross fade here. I can do a fade out here. And at the top, I can do a fade in. And at the bottom, there's no cross fade, just a trim. Nothing's there. So, for example, let's see. I've got these tracks here. And let's say I've got another track behind this one here. Let's go down to here and shrink it down a little bit more. And we got this one here. And I may want to take this one and move it up to here, let's say. I'll go to grid mode and make it easier for me. And I'm here in grid mode. And I'll move it right there. And I might even want to move it on top of it. See this? I moved it right on top of it. That's crazy. You don't want to do that. I'm going to go to split mode here. And I grab it. I'll move it right on top of that like that, maybe, huh? Nah. Move it close to here. Go back to grid mode. And here, at the bottom, see that's a crossfade. Let's make it a little wider here. We got a crossfade going here. I click on there, I give me a crossfade. Now I click here, we get a crossfade going right there. We get a fade in, a fade out. See that? And that's how you do that. You can fade them in. Now right here, I can go back to here and go here. It built some sort of crossfade there. I can look at it a little wider here and take this fade. Let's get it out here. Let's pull it out there. I can't go further. See that? Let me do it. So I'm locked to the grid. So be aware where you are. Go back to slip mode. And now I can go back all the way to here, we'll say. And my fade is longer. Or go back to here. Let it fade out real cool, like go here and it's like, see that? That's really cool. And go back. Let's see. Let's shrink it down some more and make the fade even longer, like in the middle of the track. This is kind of funky. Go back to top. So we can make a crossfade anywhere in the track. See that? That's just a fade out, actually. It's no big deal. If I got two regions that like that sometimes, I might want to say, well, look, I got these regions on top. Let's play it back. That's crazy. Let's move it back to here. Let's get it where it's like meets it a little bit more, like right about there maybe. And go to here and just play it. Ooh, that's a little off, but we got the idea. So here, for example, we've got this thing here. I want to crossfade them. Hey, we made a crossfade. Look at this now. Let's open it up, look at it closer. And there's a crossfade. See the crossfade right there? And I can stretch it out a little more on this side and a little more on that side. And now we got a deeper crossfade. Now we're going to go to here. And we're going to play it back from right here again, right there, and play it back. And from the top. So it's a crossfade. And I can go to here again. We're going to look at it a little closely. A little more closely here. And there it is right there. Even further. And go back to here. And see, I can place this section right here. See? So it crossfades between the two. Now, if one track was smaller than the other, or louder than the other, you would hear a drastic difference. But the purpose here to make sure that these tracks crossfade and have a great feel to them, if you're going to do that. It works well for vocals or for using bass lines or whatever, even picking guitar parts. The idea is to build a crossfade, and the Smart tool allows you to do this. Now, I'm going to use the Smart tool, and I'm going to change it the way it actually comes up. I'm going to make it fit what I want to do. But I'm going to take the Smart tool right here and make it into a time compression expansion tool. That's going to be my trimmer. Leave the select the way it is. Of course, you can't change that anyway. And now we're going to go to the grabber here, and that, of course, will be, we'll leave it here with just a time tool, just to grab stuff with. I'll click right here on top, and now it's a Smart tool. Now, let me expand this view a little bit. I can pull out here a little bit more. Just drag that out. It's part of our lesson you learned already. And now, as you can see, I put it right here in the first track, and it becomes, the trimmer becomes this time compression tool. As you can see right there, a little clock in the trimmer. At the top, it's a fader fade in. So it's a fade out right there. Other end, it's a fade in. In the middle, time compression. And here in the middle, top is a selector, and the bottom half is a grabber right there at the time, moving it in time and place in the track. Now, I'm going to make all these bits and pieces I have here. It's already loop. They already loop. I'm going to turn them into the same tempo. And then make them all fit in, then add some fades, like a little DJ mix or something. So here we go. I'll play this first beat.
Say what? Say what?
Okay, got that. Now, I'll take this, I want to make it the same tempo. Look at my grid. First I want to know is what the tempo of the grid is. I'm in grid mode. See this here? We're in grid. Not relative, but grid. I'll click right here. And now, see this here? This is my BPM. I want to make it map to 100 BPMs. That's better. Now, I grab this file here, and I want to make it fit the grid. Now, I want to make sure that I'm looking at this as bars and beats. I've grabbed it, and you see here it says that's 2 bars and 3 measures and change. Now, listen back in. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. As you can see, that's a 2-bar phrase. And to fit 100 BPM, it's going to be much, much faster. So I'll go to the edge here and make it fit 2 bars. Remember, the grid is set for it already. There you go. That's 2 bars right there. Now, see, the first thing you realize that's pretty bad. It went from really, really slow to being really, really fast. That's the first problem you're going to have whenever doing time compression. So you got to make sure that you make it fit. The time compression can fit, and so the sample doesn't sound that chopped up, that chunky, it's really bad. So time compression works, but it has to be within the same parameters. Okay, so that's not going to work at all for us. So you can see that, right? So right now, I might do and say, well, look, I ain't gonna go to change this again. I might go to like 85. We'll try that. See? And see the grid change again? And I'll grab this again. Play it again. I undid it. And now let's see what does 85. Let's go to 85 here. And I'll pull it back in. I want to get it to go 2 bars. Now the reason why it's looping, of course, is because we've got it selected here. In our options, we've got it set for loop playback. Okay, good. Now, I'll use that just for now. Now, mute this right here. We go to our next track, which is this one right here. That's 4 bars. So what I want to do is move this up here and make it probably blend with the other track. I think what I'll probably do is make it the last bar. I'm going to move it back here so it goes to there. And you can see how the grid looks here. Each grid is separated by 4 divisions. So it's a quarter note grid we're using here. Great. Now, what I want to do here is make this one fit. And see, it says here that that's 7 so far. So I probably got to speed this one up somewhat, right? So this one should be, let's move it back here and make sure I'm at here. It should be 8 bars long. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. Right. So here already it's 7 from this in this grid. So I'll probably move it up here. Make it start on the 3rd measure. See, I'm starting from the 3rd measure there. I need to stretch it out. Okay, we got that. Now, let's mute this track. Now, we'll do the bottom track here, which is called Gone. At the top of this one. Okay, this is like a 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3. 4 bar loop, okay? So we're going to grab it and we'll see what it looks like. Now, see here? It's too short for this 85 BPM. So I want to make it a full 4 bars. So I grab it, pull it out, and I know right here at the top it says 4 bars right there, right? Press play. Okay, good. Now see, it's a little slower. Now I'll move this over here. I'll move it right over here, right behind that one. Right here, I'll do 1 bar there. That's good too. Now, I'll slide back over here. Now I want to move this over by 1 bar. See, this is going to make these blend in on the last beat of each bar. Now, still got my smart tool going here. I'm going to put a crossfade here. Not like a fade, not a crossfade, it's a fade. See that? I want to fade during that last bar. See that? And here I want to fade in. So put the smart tool there in the top of the region and pull it in. We're fading in from there to there. Now we'll play it back. And see how it fades from one region to the next region. First, got to play it. Put it in play mode, so no more mutes. And now, so I can move it back forward to get a better idea. So we're crossfading there, right? So I'm going to do the same thing here in this one. I'm going to go back and move this. Let's see, this starts on, let's see what it starts on. This starts on the 3, that's perfect. I'm going to go here, at the top, moving it slightly there, see that? And then the same one here. Just want to get that blend between the two of them. There you go. It's like a crossfade, but instead of actually fading in and fading out on each separate track. So here we go. So they're all the same tempo now. They're on different tracks. And we used the crossfade, cross out, and then we also used our Smart Tool Trimmer Time Compression tool, which helps us to get each one of these samples, each regions, to be the same tempo. And this I can do sort of a mix between different tracks. If a DJ comes by, I can always do this at any point. And as you can hear, sometimes it's really not that great sound. You got to find the right tempo, the right BPM to use for the right tracks. And that's how it works. We can use this smart tool as well when we're doing automation with volume levels and controlling the volumes and changing our fade in and fade outs during the automation process, let's say within the volume control. So I've got a smart tool picked out here using our regular trimmer tool, our selector, and we've got our grabber time tool, which you can see there. Now, I can go right here to the edge of this track and click right here. I see my volume automation appear. See that there? Now, if they get too thick, I can go back into here, make that a mini. Okay, that's good here. Make this one a mini also. So just really want to just see the automation working here. So I can start from the track from the beginning again. Go back at the top of my track here. Let's see, we're starting here from the beginning. And I can select certain parts of this volume. So I want to select this section right here. That's the volume. All right, see the trimmer tool? Came right up. I can pull down here, so I want to go to this point right here in it. I can move it so it fades down from there like. See, repeat it over and over because that area is selected. Now I can go back to the top again.
Say what?
See that? And it came right back on the here. It snapped back in. And I can pull it out a little more. I can grab in here, pull out a little more, and you can see we're still in grid mode. So my selector grabbed the area that was in that grid. These two quarter note pieces right here. See that? So just measure that measure. So I can also take this, and once that tool comes up like that, I can do that. Or I can go back to here and just say, well, look, I want to do, see, do the whole thing like that also. So I didn't select anything, but it grabbed the bracket piece. See right here too? I can grab the entire, see, once I grab this right here, and the trimmer tool comes up here in automation, it affects everything in automation except to this point right here, where it goes back to the same beginning automation. And I can also take it and grab this and move it like this. Hold it. You'll see the finger? That's the grabber coming out, the time grabber. See it? I move like that, and we're good. So we can change stuff within the automation mode with our trimmer tool. I'm going to do the same thing here for this track. So I can grab a whole section, so I can do it in grid, which is a great way to actually operate. You can go down here and say, I want to bring this down to here. I may want to take this and bring this out to here. See that? And then we can say, okay, that's not too bad. I might want to just put a piece in here, maybe bring it back up in here. And then here, I might just want to bring it back down to here a little bit more. Here, do this. So you can see here, we're using the smart tool here to trim the automation of everything in here. See that? This comes right in, out, in, out. It's going to gradually rise here. So you can adjust your automation parameters with your smart tool as well. Now we can also use a smart tool with MIDI as well. I've got a little MIDI track going on here. So I can click on the notes right there. Is my little hand tool there for time. So I can change the timing where these are. All right. And I can go to my smart tool here. Click on the smart tool. And now you can see I can select a whole area right there. See that? I'll grab all these, let's say. Maybe not. Grab them all. See that? They're all been selected. They've all been selected. I can go to here. I can click on. I can move one, move them all. See that? I can move them all. Or I can click on it again and pick the one I want to move. And I can also, of course, let's say the cursor's right there, I can go back up to the top again and stretch my view out. See that? And here in the MIDI-wise, we can make it thicker. See that there? Of course, and I can move it. I could make it longer. Go back to here, make it longer on this end. And obviously you can see I'm in grid mode, so it's moving according to the grid parameters I have already set, which here's my grid mode already set up. And you can see here we're doing whole notes, and these are quarter notes in between, so it's a quarter note grid, all right? And I can also move up and down, of course, here in the MIDI section. There we go, see all the tracks. And here also in the MIDI, I can go to here and make it larger, make it jumbo. I can see the entire track I'm looking at here. Now I can see it better, right? That makes it much better to look at your tracks and you can see them. Now select your notes. I press play here. So I can maybe make this move down there. See that? Or I can undo. SampleKings are a smart tool also with MIDI. Now next I want to talk about the scrubber tool. Now that's this tool right here. You can grab it right here. As you can see, that's the scrubber tool right there, and it becomes this tool. There's nothing else that goes along with just the scrub. That's all it really is. And you take it, like I used to in the old days, rub against a track. So there's some reverb in that track, or reverb actually in the effect. So we're hearing the reverb going on there, actually delay. Then you can select like one track, go right over. Let's see, this track here is. So it's got some hi-hats, snare drum on that track. And this track here. Alright, so this is another track. So you can see I can scrub right across the track. You can actually do two tracks. Here's how it works. You can go right between the two of them right there, and we can scrub between the two tracks. I can move a little faster, you'll hear it better. Move back some more here, hold it down, and then so we can scrub between two tracks, not just one. Now the scrubber also works with the MIDI files as well. I've got a MIDI file down here in this track. Let me roll down to that MIDI file. Here it is right here. And this is a MIDI file for redrum. And we can tell, of course, it says redrum right there. And this is a MIDI file, a MIDI track actually. See that here? So here these are MIDI tracks already connected to a different machine. I'll show you right now. I've got it hooked up already here in my Pro Tools lineup. This is, let's see it right here in the end. Right here is the MIDI track. That's the MIDI sign right there. And so I have the output of this going into Reasons, which is our instrument track right here. Okay, now we'll go back to our track again. And I can click on the track. So I'm triggering a MIDI sound that's in Reasons. This can even happen with your MPC if you're using one. I got a sound right here. Here's another sound. There's a sound right here. So I got these tracks here I can actually, and they're all here. And I can just click on them as I go along, and we can scrub along all the stuff that's in this track. See all three sounds. I see all four sounds. And the back of the top is a big crash here. That's a right there. See that? And these are like little hits. Little shaker right there. So we can actually scrub along in MIDI tracks, provided they're connected to a MIDI instrument. For example, as I showed you earlier, this is connected to redrum, which is part of Reasons. And so we have the ability to scrub the MIDI file, which actually is track here for redrum, with this MIDI files here, MIDI track, and I just scrub along it, and it triggers the sound in a redrum. That's how the scrubber works. We also have a pencil tool. Now we've got it right here next to the scrubber. There's our pencil tool. Now we can use it in MIDI as well, see this? But when I go to MIDI, I can touch a note just to find what that note is. That note's there. That's that note. That's that note. What's this one here? Good. And this one here is a okay. I want to write it here. Or here. Or hold it down. See that? I can hold it down and make it long. or shorten it back up. Shorten it back up here, boop, 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 right there. And we can take this pencil tool and drag it out. That's kind of cool like that. And then you can see what happens. Without even using the trimmer, our pencil tool brings a trimmer in, see? On either end. So the pencil tool can act somewhat like the smart tool for MIDI. But just a minute, I can just like select the sound, I can trim that sound, and I can also add a sound in. Now let's go back up here. We also can use a pencil tool with a wave file. Actually a region. Here's a region right here. Let's say I want to check this region out. And I'm not too sure about this region right now. I'm going to go right up here and just get a hand real quick and click on this region right here. That way I've selected it. And then I'll use a zoomer tool right here, and I'm just going to zoom out to see what's up with this region. See, once I zoom out, it keeps right where that region I selected. It's right there, still in the main viewer. Now, depends on how far I go here, but I want to get it really to the sample level. Now, when you see this single line here, that's the sample level. Right here is the waveform. Right there is the sample level of this particular sound. See that? And so I can see this particular sound. It's a level, and I go right here to my tool, and now I've got my pencil. See, now your pencil comes into view. Here it's a ghost. You can't even see it's ghost out. But once you get to the sample level and you pick the region you want to edit, you can do it right here. And so I can, let's say, for example, I may want to make this line a little longer down here like this. And by doing so, I may be changing that sound to be a little stronger in a hit when it first comes in. Now, be careful with your pencil tool. Take your time, keep a copy of the main file, read about it more in your manual. But this way, if you mess with a pencil tool, you don't want to do too many things. You just want to correct some maybe pops and clicks that might happen, and then just smooth them out. It's important to note it, because you don't want to mess up the tracks you're already making up. Just to correct one thing, you might make a real big mess. Let's be careful of that. And go back out, use my zoomer tool again, and I can zoom right back to the level I was at before, making it much easier. Of course, your zooming tool's right here, and you can just drag it along there, and you're good to go. And that's our pencil tool. Now I'm going to talk about the universal view we have here within the Pro Tools window. So right here on top here, as you can see, we've got this counter where I can select various counters I want to use, whether it's beats and bars or minutes and seconds, or we can do samples. Well, here, I prefer to do beats and bars when doing music, of course. So I'm going to go to beats and bars. And then I prefer to have this sub counter. That way I know that's where I'm at in the song. So I say, for example, here's the beginning of the song, and I can press play. Now, you'll notice also here, we also have a transport section, which is right here. So now the transport is embedded into the edit window. It's a really great way to have it. You know, it's right in front of you. You don't need to pull up a transport window at all. And it's really great and easy to use. Now, I like to do, of course, is to know where I'm at in location. Right, here's a cursor location. So see, I move my cursor here, and this area right here tells me where I'm at. I'm at 25. Where I'm at 17 or 16. Now 17. See, so that's great to know also. And right here, as you can see right here, I can touch on something. You see right there, you'll see something appear there, which means like a wave file or some sort of region. That's an audio region. And I go right down here, you'll see a note. And I move along here, and now the cursor is showing us that right here it's showing us where we are, of course, but it's also showing us a note. And a note will appear here, or that wave file. Now here's our start and end. So start and end could be, I can click on right here, and that's the start of that wave file, and that's the end of it. And the length of it is 12. So that's 12. 12 measures right there. This gives our stats proving that the session is in play, and we have a timeline that is online status. Now sometimes you could be editing a file, or it could be looking for those files and not find it. This area will turn red. So once you have all your files are already in the session is online, the status is good, that of course will be lit as well. Now here this is lit because I can actually play MIDI notes when editing. So for example, I go down here and let's see what I can do here. I can get a track view, and I'm going to get my track view to be in notes, of course, and I want to get track height. And the height I want to get to be, say, small. Okay, good. I can go in here and select the note, and you'll hear it. You heard that? See? Now, if I go here and I cut this off, and I select the note, you won't hear it. But you'll see I'm selecting the note right here. If I go to here, and I select that note, the note will appear there, what note I'm hitting, the duration, all information is right there of that particular one note. So this is our MIDI status button also as well. Right here when editing, this is my default note duration. So I stick a note in there, the duration will always be 80. And this is my grid. Now for example, I set my grid here, I can make it whole. I see the grid change. Now I can do this better if I go out here. Let me just zoom out a little bit. And you can see we're in quarter. My grid can now be quarter now, and you'll see more divisions between these lines. And now I'll make my division 16 notes. And see more little divisions between these lines. So that's making the grid, changing the way the grid appears to us. And it subdivides the grid, of course, from one bar to cut it in half again, the quarter, half again, 18ths, 16, 32nd note, and on and so on. And we can specify it to be a triple of that. And it changes again. So we can change the view of our grid from here as well. It's really cool. And we change it in terms of beats and bars, minutes and seconds, samples, regions, marks, whatever you want to do. It's really a great way to view your session. It makes it much easier to view any file in the edit window, and you can see if you want to move it or nudge it when you're actually in this grid mode. So my preferred way to use most of my Pro Tools stuff is to be in grid mode, particularly when doing music, so I know where stuff's like I'm moving around, make it much easier. Now here we have our transport window section right here. So it's transport right here. See this? Now I can play this track I've got going on here. Let me turn this down a little bit, and I can press play. I can press stop right here. See that? But what I want to do too is I also may go to options. I don't want the auto loop. See, stop. No more loop play. So our options here give us more options that we can handle. We got dynamic transport. We've got our transport online. See that? This is an online button in case we want to sync it up to something. We might have another device. Could be an MPC or an MV800 or whatever you've got, or another system. You can say, okay, I want you to control Pro Tools to an external device. This means we're online and we're waiting to receive the MIDI command signal to start the sequence or program we're running. And to turn it off, I'll go back to our options here and I can go to transport offline. It's pretty good. And here we have record. Now see, it's blinking until I press play and it starts to record, obviously. And we have several record, we have destructive record options, will destroy everything. If I record something, it's going to destroy it, I'll never see it again. Or I can do this and it'll destroy it. It won't destroy it, but it'll still be there. You can pull it back up from your regions list. Let's turn it off, don't make a mistake here at all. And of course, I can press play, stop, and I can rewind. Watch this. So I'm rewinding back atop. Now let me zoom back in and see if I see it better. I can start from right here. Let's say, let me zoom in a little bit and get a full view of it. It's a full view of the session right here. I can say, okay, we're playing from here. Just playing with the top there. I can rewind it back, or I can rewind it forward. I'll say, well, I want to move forward in the track and see it's moving forward now. I'm still holding it down even though I'm sliding my cursor over this way. Until I let go, I'll say right there. It's gonna let go. You want to let go at. I want to rewind a little bit, maybe go right back to here, rewind a little bit to right there. So I rewind it. I'm back here in the session, and I'm right here in this section. I want to hear it over. So I can actually rewind and move stuff in the session file. It's really cool. Now also in this universal, when we've got everything else here, we can also hit this button right over here and we can see other sections. We can have the universe. And right here we can see everything in the session. This little universe section right here. So if I'm right here in a section Let's say I have this thing expanded out to a big, huge track, and as you can see here, I can move along this track by just going from here to there, and the entire track moves along with me. That's kind of cool in my universe view. I can also view the region list, which is right here. So I'm going to have certain sounds out of here. I can also expand this. I can go in here and pull it out a little bit more. There we go. And all my sounds and samples and sounds, everything I've got I want to use is in this whole list here of stuff I've got. I would say, I want to use this, I want to use that, I want to use this. And you can pull it right to the region list. I can pull this drum out of here, let's say, for example, and find a place to put it. I'll say I want to put it over here. And there it is. And it's right there. And I can undo that. Press undo. That's my region list right there. And we have, of course, region commands that we can do. We have another view we can have here. We have another view out here. We have another view is our MIDI editor view. See? We can pull up there from the bottom. It's our MIDI editor view right there. See it? And this is our MIDI editor view. And we also have here on the other end, let me pull this off a little bit more so you can see this. We have this view here. We have our tracks, our groups. Here, tracks, and MIDI tracks right here in our groups all together. They're all right here for us to see and view, which makes it much easier for us. So we have everything in the edit window is right in front of us, and we can access anything we want to access during our recording session. We can fix MIDI data, or we can turn the MIDI data into musical score notation, which you can see right here. And it gives me an idea of what the score would look like if you're doing music. And you're asking the score to send out to somebody doing film or whatever, and you want, hey, what's the score? What's the bass line? You know, what's the keyboard? Give the keyboard player some music notation. You can do that here within the Pro Tools edit window. And this is a pretty good overview of the entire edit window in Pro Tools. Well, next we're going to start doing some more stuff. Check out some menu items here, and we'll check out some stuff about how to set up for MIDI and get to record some stuff into our Pro Tools MBox 2 LE system. Now, before I can start using a MIDI device, let's say like an MPC or an MV8000, or let's say even a Triton keyboard or anything I want to use that has MIDI that I want to sync with my Pro Tools system, I need to set it up in MIDI Studio. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to Setups. I'm going to go to MIDI, and right here you'll see MIDI Studio. Now, you open MIDI Studio, you'll see here, we can see our MBox, we can see the IAC driver and the network. Now, click on my MBox right here. I want to add a device. Now, here in my studio, I've got this set up by using MPC 500. I'm going to add device, and it's right there below the line. I'll pull it up right here. Now, once you get your device there, you're ready to go, and we're in MIDI device. You can see right here. I'll click on this, and now I've got this box right here. I'll drag it over here a little bit so we'll see it better. And here I can add my device. Now, I've got a name for it, but first I'll get the manufacturer. It's by Akai. And the model number is MPC 500. Now, I don't see it here. See that? You don't see it at all. So what I normally do is I go here, you go here, and you put it in. You put the name of your device in there. Since I already have the manufacturer, then I'll press enter. And it's there. And now it appears in a device name. You see that? It's pretty cool. Now, the device I'm using here, I'm going to have it sync with Pro Tools. I'm going to send MIDI beat clock to it. I want Pro Tools to control the device. Now, you always want Pro Tools to control it. It's a better source for syncing than using the device to control Pro Tools. So that means we want to make sure this device receives MIDI beat clock. So we'll click right here. It says MIDI beat clock. See right there? And now we know that this device receives MIDI beat clock. Now, what I also want to do here is I already got a picture set up for this thing because I know where to put the picture at in the library. And it's my picture of my machine. Now, if you see your machine, you can put it in there. You can use a generic picture if you want to. And I'll press apply. And now, hopefully, I'll press apply there. It should show up soon. I'll close this. Oh, there it is right there. It shows right there. It is right there. Perfect. Now, since it is sending MIDI beat clock to my MPC 5000, take this whole thing here and run this right here. And now they're communicating. Where the MBox is sending MIDI out of its port. Now, you'll see here, too, as I open that up again, and we'll see the system here. We have ports. So I go here to ports, and here, there's only one port in and one port out of my MPC 500. So that's already checked off, and the inbox knows this. So I'm good to go. Let's close this window. And now we see that we're ready here. We've got this device set up, it's ready to go. And now I can use my MIDI beat clock to sync up with my MPC 500. So I'll close this window here. And to do that, I need to go here and I will select MIDI beat clock. And see it's already enabled. So if yours is not enabled, you gotta go here and enable this. Make sure this is checked also. And now we're in sync. That means the MIDI timecode, beat clock source, will be sent from Pro Tools through my inbox to my MPC 500. So if a sequence in there, it'll play the beat back. But first thing I'm going to do is I want to check my offset. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to check the sample offset to make sure that the MPC 500 has no latency problems. And we'll do that next. Now we got the MIDI studio stood up, ready to go. Now we want to just make sure the MIDI device we're using, the external MIDI device, can sync properly with Pro Tools. That's how we do it. We're going to go up here to Setup. Next, we're going to go to MIDI Studio. Then we're going to go to MIDI beat clock. Now here in MIDI beat clock, as you can see, we have enabled MIDI beat clock 4. And here in the box below, we have the MPC 500. Now it's checked. But over here to the immediate right-hand side, you'll see it says offset samples. And below that, we have a 0. Now, in case the MIDI device you're using has a latency issue, where you may sync it up with your Pro Tools system, it may fall a little bit late. This will set up what the latency for that device will be. That means the offset for the sample rate. So, we'll press OK here, because we're going to find out right now whether my MPC 500 has a latency problem. So, first thing I'm going to do is make a couple tracks. We'll go to New and make a new track. I'll just use one. Now, I've got my MPC already hooked up. It's ready to go. What I gotta do is go back over here to my transport and press Record Enable. Now, you see it's blinking over here. As you can see right here, that track I selected is blinking also. I'll make it a little larger so you can see it properly. There you go. And it's blinking. Now, I'll press play. Now I'm recording this hi-hat on the track. Turn up a little bit more. You want to record a few bars just to get a good idea. Now I'll press stop. And here we can see the hi-hats have been recorded. Now you got to make sure you're in grid mode. So you're in grid and everything snaps to a grid. We got to make sure our main timer right here is set to beats and bars. We got to make sure the tab to transients is enabled. Now once this is, we want to find somewhere here and see how close these transients are coming to the actual beat. Now I'll widen up a little bit more, and right here we can see a little bit less, and I'll click right here. So I click right here. Watch, see this? That's on the beat. So I'm going to go on the beat right as close to where the recording happened right there. That hi-hat's at. Now I'll widen a little bit more, and you can see it better here. You can see the difference between the point right on the line where it's at and where this hi-hat comes in. Now what I want to do is find out if there's a latency in the time delay it takes for the MIDI device to receive the signal and then record the audio information out. So once this is here, and I put that there using my cursor, you can see here, my selector right here, the line's blinking, we're going to press Shift and Tab. Now once you press Shift and Tab, you'll notice that right here, it's grayed out a little bit. So now, we go back up to the main timer, and we'll put this in terms of samples. And what it gives me now is the length of what it is that it's off by. And the length is right here, which is 11,050. Okay, so that's my offset. I'll go here to setup, back to MIDI. There's MIDI Studio right below that, going to MIDI beat clock. And here in MIDI beat clock, I'm going to put that number in the offset. That's 11050. It's got to be a negative number, so put a negative sign in front of it. Next, we press OK. Now you'll see here, this box comes up here saying the value is less than the allowed minimum. Previous value substituted. So that means it's OK. So that is my offset. Now sometimes you may use a machine that may have a smaller offset or may not be right, and if it is, it'll keep the value. We'll say, okay, the value entered is correct and cool, and it'll help you to offset your system so that way when you do record something, there will be a latency issue with that particular external MIDI device. I'll press OK, and now I'm ready to track all my drums down to separate tracks here in my Pro Tools system for my new song. Well, the first thing I want to do now before I start recording is to check out my preference window, which I want to make sure my setup is perfect. You see here in preference window we have our display, which you can see our basics, the meters, we have our color code here. We've got operation, which I'm involved in right now. I want to check this out first, the transport. I want to make sure we have the play start marker, follows the timeline, it's always good. If I have a keypad, I can use the transport. I can control my play, record, and stop, fast forward, and rewind buttons through the keypad. Also here I have the auto backup, so that's important for me. I like to back up all my files constantly. For example, here I've had it set for 15 most recent backups. That means if I get a 16th backup, it gets rid of the last one behind it. So when it puts a new number 1 on top, the 15 goes. Got it? And I want to back up every 2 minutes. It's important to back up. You never know if you have a problem or something, and you may have a problem with your system, may break down or something. What happened to my backup? You got backups. You say, okay, I'll go back to this backup, and this will have the information I need for the session. Start from there. Well, if you've been doing video too, I do video a lot sometimes. You know, little cartoons or whatever, and putting some effects in the background of music too. You can also use this for video also. This is for the QuickTime playback priority. So the highest quality image I prefer to use. And of course, we go to the highest right here as well. Next, we're going to record here. Make sure our latch record enable buttons are on. Our latch record and play faders. That's always good to have. Record online at time code. This is good to have an ADAT system or something that locks through a clock speed, which is good. I don't use that here, so no need for that. And here we have our open-ended recording allocation. We want to allocate a certain amount of space on the hard drive to save data to. So here we're going to limit it to 60 minutes. I have used all available space. I have a space available. Not recording that many tracks, not doing some huge project. Just going to record some tracks down from my MPC 500 directly into my Pro Tools system. So I think we're ready to go here, and I'm going to press OK. That's set up. That's great. Now we have options also here before we start recording. We have destructive record, and we have loop record, and this quick punch. Now if I press this destructive record here, you'll see a D appear here. See, that's a D right there. So I've already got my MPC still set up here, and I can just press play and press stop. So you're not recording. Now I'll go to here. You gotta keep the record button blinking, and now I'm recording. See that? and I'll press stop. Now, this is here. You can see it. The name of this track is called Audio 1-04. That's the name of this region. It'll be in my regions list, and if I record again, it will destroy this recording. That means it will get rid of it and make a new recording. So I'll start from the top again, press the destructive record button here with the D on it for recording, and I'll press play. Stop. Now see this? The same name appears because it destroyed the last recording and gave it the same name. Now watch this. I'll go back here to options. I'll uncheck destructive record, and next we'll press record. And I'll wait, check this out first. It says Audio 1-04, and we're enabled to record on that Audio 1 track. Now I'll press record now, and I'm recording. Good. Now I'll press stop. See, there's a new name now. That's Audio 1-05. That means Audio 1-04 is still here with us. It's in our audio bin. So be aware of that. You're going to get a lot of files that might be stuck in your audio bin. You're saying, why have I got so many files in there? Well, you're not recording over stuff. You might be recording over something and leaving it in your bin. So be aware of that totally. So I'll go right down here, and I can see it. And I'll pull this out somewhat. And there are those files. See that? Audio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all these files will fit into this right here for Audio 1. So every time I record something, it puts it here in the regions bin. Now the reason why we use destructive recording is because we're going to make sure, first of all, we don't want to have a lot of regions in our bin. We don't want to waste hard drive space. And we just want to get what we want to keep. So if we like something, we keep it. With destructive record, we want to get rid of something and we want to get just one region to represent that playback. Okay, we saw that in recording, that we can actually record. If we use a destructive record, we can have the one particular region we want. Now here I've recorded the region over several times, as you can see. I've got audio 1 through audio 105. So 01 to 105. I can go ahead and get rid of them. I can go, let's say, undo record. And you'll see now audio 105 is missing. Okay, go back here again. Undo, cut. Now we'll see. Let's grab this one here. Now, undo record. And now, that's all we have here now. Just 1, 2, and 4. I can always take 4 and drag it from here. See this? And put it right back in there. See that? Drag it. We're dragging it in here. There it is right there. So I haven't got my smart tool on. Turn my smart tool, I can drag it, take it all the way, put it here to the end. I can also, let's see, undo that. And I can go to spot mode, grab this track, put it here. I said, where's it go? Well, I don't know. Well, spot mode does. The original timestamp, let's go to there, 0. Okay, it puts it where it should be. Right there at 0. I can press play. And according to my main menu here, my main counter, I'll go back here to here and make this bottom one should be minutes, which is the way I prefer it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's in time. Okay, so let's get rid of it. Let's also get back to my grid mode I want to be in. Cut that out. If I don't want this, I can select these here before I get started to record and make sure I have just what I need to record with. Stuff I don't need, I prefer to get rid of. So let's clear that out. Delete. This operation clears selected regions, remove selected regions from this session, or permanently delete selected region files from disk. I want to delete them. I'm not going to use them. Yes. Yes. Oh, let's see. Yes. Good. They're all gone. See that? You're going to make sure you keep the regions you're using in your regions folder. It's going to save you in hard drive space, and you'll know what you need to keep and don't need to keep. That's very important when recording in your Pro Tools system. Okay, so now I'm ready to record. And before I record here, I want to do one thing. I want to go back here to MIDI. I'm going to go to MIDI Studio Setup. And here we go. Now, we already know we can send MIDI beat clock and we can receive it, right? I want to make sure I do one thing here, though. I want to make sure that we can actually send back this MIDI signal. So I'm going to go a little line right there. And now we're connected. We're connected from the MPC 500 connected to the in on the MBox 2. So we're out of here to the in on the MBox 2, MIDI in. Good. Now, I'm going to go here and we're going to close this window off. I got a track selected right here already, and I've got some music on my track. I got an MPC 500 actually set up here. I'll press play. So now, we're set to go. But first, before I do anything, I'm going to go here, and we're going to go right here to setup, and we're going to go to beat clock. Here's beat clock right here. Now here in beat clock, I'm enabling the MIDI beat clock for the MPC 500. Turn on, turn off, turn on, right? Okay. Now we know it's controlled. We know what our offset already is. Good, we're ready for that. Now here, as you can hear when I play it, I've got a different tempo going on. I'll press play. And here when I press play in the space bar, too much going on there, right? So what we want to do here right now is we're going to go in here to our tempo, and my tempo is supposed to be like 81. Now I'll press OK. Now I'll press play. Okay, good. Now we're ready to go. Before I do this, I want to make up a master track. So let's go back here. I'm going to make a master track right here. And I have to use my keyboard commands. It's much more faster to work that way. And I want to go here and make it a stereo track. And I'll just press create. I got me a stereo track. That's good. So I'm going to right click on that one more time. And I'll make one more track. I want to make a MIDI track. Now, whenever recording like a MIDI data into your machine, and you're recording a sound on your machine, let's say, and you have it hooked up in MIDI-wise, I prefer to get the MIDI data into my Pro Tools setup. That way, if anything goes wrong, I have the actual data I used to put that sound down. For example, the MPC sends out MIDI data. So this sequence I'm playing back, I want to record its MIDI data into my Pro Tools LE system on a MIDI track. So go here, press N, and I get a MIDI track right here. We want a MIDI track. There's a MIDI track right there. And I'll press create, and I'll press enter, and we got one. There's a MIDI track. So now, I want to see the notes. So here in MIDI track, I'm going to select notes. That's better. I want to make it a little bit bigger. So let's go with large. There you go. Now, see this? I'm moving the cursor along the piano roll here, the piano keys, and I'm triggering sounds. I just want to make sure that we're able to trigger sounds from my Pro Tools LE setup through my MBox 2 back to my MPC 500, just to make sure the setup works perfectly well. Always check your setup, make sure it's in sync and it works properly. Now, once that's correct, what I want to do here is I'll press play. And see, I've got my record button on here, right? And here I don't, so I gotta put record on here. See, recording, I can record both. Now, one more thing, we want to check the MIDI input into this track. So now we're going to go to the next window, and we're going to go right here to our, let's see, mix window. And we'll see here, this is our MIDI track, see that? That says all. I go here to 1. I want to record right there, see, that's good. My input's coming in on 1. Now it's important to make sure if you're using another machine that local's off and let's say you're using a keyboard. You don't want to have to come back in and read and play back the same there or trigger sounds on your MPC. For example, you may play a track on your motif or some other keyboard, and while playing, you'll be triggering sounds on the MPC at the same time. So make sure your local is off on your keyboard or your other MIDI device. If not, what you can do is go to your MPC and turn soft through as and turn that off. Turn that off right there. So turn soft through as off. Once you turn it off, but none of this triggering samples already on the machine. Okay, I think we're ready. Next, we're going to start to record something into our Pro Tools system. Okay, I think I have everything ready here that I need to use. I may want to do one more thing here. I've only got one audio track. Now, it's a stereo machine, my MPC 500. So I'm going to make two tracks up. So I'm going to get one more track going on here. And make this one, let's see, audio. It's going to be mono as well, so I'll do that. And I want to move it close to this other track here, and I'll do that there. That's good enough for me right there, just like that. It's perfect. Okay, so now I think I'm ready to go here. So I want to put a track and record as well. We want to go back to this mode right here. We're going to go right back here to our mix window. And you see here, interface. I'm using either one. See that? It says 1. That's 1, 2. I'm using 1, the left side. See that? That's my L. And here, I'm using the right. Make sure it's the right side. See that? So you know what you're using. It's left and right. So I got to go in there, and I'll press play on the machine right now. So I got like that. Now, what I want to do also here, that I've got it like that, I want to make sure I pan my stuff hard right and hard left. I want to know what I'm recording. If I'm recording a stereo field, just to make sure that, first, just when doing keyboards, when using keyboards, I have to make sure I've got this left and right thing going on. It's much better. Particularly using some sounds like tremolo or some stereo or a wah sound to a keyboard or a guitar. These sounds tend to blend back and forth in your stereo field. So it's important to understand that and when recording. So now I've got these two tracks. So of course I always name my tracks, but right now I just want to record them and show you something here. So I got these levels here set. I can hit a sound on my MPC here, and of course I can trigger, make sure I can trigger right there. So now I want to record. So let me do one thing here. I'll pull up my transport window so you see me record here, just so you can get an idea. I'm going to go to here, and I can do this. But I want to go to, of course, I want to do my destructive record thing. Now, the reason why destructive record the first time going out, I make sure I record it down. If I don't like it, then I can record it again and get rid of what I recorded previously. This way, I don't have a whole lot of files in my region bin list. You know, just you start saving so much stuff, you'll lose so much hard drive space. So, make sure you keep what you need and get rid of what you don't need. It's important to do. Okay, so now I've got that going on. I can press play here. And now I'm recording on all three tracks. I got 4 bars enough for me. And I'll get rid of this transport window. I don't need that. Okay, good. And now I'm going to go strictly to this window here. And I want to go to here and then just look at it a little better. See, drag it out right there from one of our previous lessons. That's good. And drag it out some more. There you go. And move this over some more so I can see it better there. Because now we see everything. We can see the tracks here. See this? We can see this stuff. I can zoom in closer there. There we go. That's even better. Nice. Okay, now we can see everything here. See this? I can select areas here. Say, yep, get my smart tool going on. And now I can hit something, trigger it. So I do that, put that back in there. I can trigger if I want to trigger a sound. All the stuff is right here, and I can see what I just recorded. Now, what I like to do sometimes is record all the music down MIDI-wise. It makes it much easier for me, and I don't want to keep these tracks. So I'll cut this out, and I'll cut this out. What I want to do is record everything separately on a separate track so I can see each sound separately, and each sound has its own characteristic. So you always want to EQ for that sound's particular characteristic and make sure it's clear and pristine, that when you're mixing, you've got everything at its own frequency. It's really great for recording. So we'll do that next. Okay, so we've got some stuff locked in here, and we've got our tracks lined up. And I see I'm in a grid mode, obviously. So I'm in grid. I like to keep in grid sometimes. I want to grab the end of this, got my smart tool, and I want to get rid of what I don't need here at the end right there. Okay, good. Now, as you can see, we've got our audio tracks recorded, and of course, our MIDI tracks. I want to turn off this record MIDI here. And we're already have these tracks on. Let me just take this right here. I'm going to get rid of this and get rid of this. Now, I can press play. We're still in sync. And I'll mute this MIDI track. I don't need to have it going on. So you see the music is playing. We're hearing the audio levels back. The levels are coming out fairly clear here. And you can see the video meters running up and down right in here, right? So I'm going to go here to track. I'm going to go to auto input monitor. That's option K. I'll check this here. And now it says input monitor only. That's input only monitoring. So that means when I'm input, it'll be the only time I can actually hear it, which means I'm going to record. Now watch, I'll press play again, and we don't hear anything. And we won't unless I go to here. Now we're already in sync with our MPC 500. Okay, got that. Now what we want to really do here now is want to make sure whenever we're recording something, you want to probably be an input monitor. Just get an idea. I like to be an auto input monitor. That way, if I press play, I can hear back when I'm about to record. And I can just check my level, make sure what I'm going to record is going to be the level I want to have it at, and take it from there. And that's important to know too. Okay? Now, I'm recording MIDI, as we just did here. We have several options in MIDI. So far, we discussed the MIDI Studio, the MIDI B clock, and the input filter. Now, the input filter here filters out. I can filter out some stuff I don't want to record in my MIDI track. I might want to record program changes in this case. I didn't. I don't want to record polyphonic aftertouch or mono aftertouch. Don't want to record those. But I do want to record my mod wheel, any breath control I might have, or foot control, sustain, volume, pan, portamento, time, or just portamento. I mean, several other options we can use too, obviously here. And I can remove them as well. Or we can say, record them all, only this, all except. It's important to know too. Okay, so I can press OK here. And now I'm about good to go. And we can see this track. Here's my MIDI track right here, as you already know. I can shrink it down, make it a little bigger. I think I'm going to make it a little bit bigger here. And I want to look at it. And you can see here in MIDI, we can change the view. The view now is notes. See that? Those are the notes right there. And that's my current view. These are my notes right here. And I can go here also and look and view the velocity of each note. I can change velocities for each one of these notes here in this view. Let me widen this out a little more, you can see it better. And you can see each note's velocity here. I also record the volume control. Here's my volume. And the volume's right there. And we can see the volume. It says 96 right there. I can go higher, all the way to 127. I'll leave it at 96. We have our mute, pan, pitch bend, information, and program change, which wasn't recorded. See? There's no information pitch for a program change, and no available information, even for system exclusive either. Now the controllers, if I record them, they would appear here. A little line appears at the bottom. The thing was recorded here, so it's obvious. So now I go back here to note. Now, what I like to do is once I record this information, I want to keep it. So I make sure it's there. And it's going to be my drum, so it's going to be my drum track. I just label my tracks here, or I put it in the information that's going to appear on the track itself. So I'll go here and I'll call this my drums. That's my Timbo kit. There you go. That's good for me. Next, I'll close this. Now, once you get your stuff recorded, I don't want to have anything that's going to be like 3 or 4 drums on one track. That's crazy. As I said before, we want to have drums on separate tracks. So now, we're going to record the drums on separate tracks and make sure we have our input monitor going on so we can record them, and we're going to input, listen back, and also hear what's been recorded at the same time. Let's do that next. Okay, we've got the MIDI data recorded. I prefer to save the data. I'm not going to use it right now because I already have the sequence in my MPC 500. What I want to do next, though, here is I want to make sure that I record everything on a separate track. So I have each instrument on a separate track, and on one track I have 2 instruments or so, just for the purpose of this demonstration. Now, what I do here right now is I have the kick drum on that track and the snare drum on track 1. So I also want to name my tracks first. And then this is going to be the kick. I got it right there. Perfect. Now, what I want to do too is I want to get my transport window up. So I'm going to go here to transport window. So to go into the end of the edit window, I'm going to pull up right there my transport window. See, it's right here. Now it's kind of big, right? I don't need all this stuff. So I'm going to go here. You can chop it down a little bit. We get rid of the counter. Whatever counter up here on top already. I get rid of my MIDI control. I don't need to see that right now. I just want to see this piece here. As you can see here, I have that's destructive record. Here's my play. So I'm still in sync. I can press play. See the levels going in. We're good. I press stop. We're good to go. Now, we're in input monitor. Auto input monitor. If I go to here and press play, we hear nothing. Go back to here. Auto input monitor now is on. Press play. We can hear what we're about to record on these 2 tracks. I'll press stop. I'm going to press record enable here for my record button. And now I'll press play while we're in record enable and record these 2 tracks down. I'm going to stop it first. Now, our problem right now, right here, first of all, levels are too low. So we're going to make sure our levels are loud enough. Get the levels up louder. That's good. Get the snare a little louder. A little louder. A little louder. That's pretty good. Now, we don't want to peak out at all. We want to make sure our levels are just right. We don't want to get them too loud. Perfect. Now, I'm not going to record. I'm not going to like erase these out. I'm in destructive record, so I just record over them again. Let's just get rid of them. Record, enable the record button. Press play. Much better. And see the files look much bigger. The regions are much bigger. Stop, and we're right there. And see the level? Those levels are good. Nice big regions right there, perfect. And then see the name is still the same. It says snare 01 and kick 01. So when we do use destructive record, we can destroy the previous recording and still have the same region name, saving us disk space. That's pretty good, like that. So I am in grid mode. And I do have my tool on right here, so I'm going to put this right back there. I only want this to be, there you go. I only want to do a 4-bar phrase right there. Perfect. Now, always save your data. So I'm going to save it. Press save. I already got backups going on, so it's going to keep backing up my data in case of a problem. I'm backed up as well. Now, this thing I'm going to do is I'm going to record the rest of the tracks on separate tracks while on input monitoring. We'll do that next. Okay, now I've got these tracks recorded. I made 2 new tracks. There's a track right here and one here for 2 more sounds. Got my levels up. Press play. It's like a rattle, so I'm going to call this like a shaker. And this one's like an electro drum. Cool. Now I'll press play again. So I can solo them and listen back to how they sound. The reason why we are in auto input monitoring. That's why this comes in handy. You're listening back to the track, make sure you're in sync. I can press play here, pull them out of solo. And we hear them back. Levels are good. If I like it, I can record it. So, what we're going to do next, we're going to pull out, of course, our transport window. See that? That's right there. We're going to go to destructive record again, right here. And I'll press play. So you're at the beginning of the track. Perfect. And we're in sync. So now, of course, as I always do with my smart tool, you want to keep your tracks pretty much even. Get them right to the edge there. It's perfect. Now, once we're at the edge, we're even there. I want to explain something else I do with tracks on a regular basis. Now, you press solo on one track here. That's perfect. So now what I want to do is sometimes I hear some noise between the track, like between here and here, I might hear something. Let's go back to slip now. And you'll notice here, there could be a little noise there. I can press play. I don't hear it. So, but sometimes you do get that noise. What I prefer to do though is keep these tracks clean at all times. You never know. Here's how you do it. We go here, and we're right here, and we're going to go to strip silence. After the track, I want to select this track right here, we'll say. And then, watch this. I can get my threshold level up a little bit more where I want it to be at. As you can see there, we're starting to get a pretty big threshold level. And the purpose here is to get rid of some of that stuff that's in between these tracks. I don't want to have too much noise there. See, so look at this here. You can see that there? I've got it set up now where you can see every hit is almost in its separate cell. Now, why the hits are in a separate cell right there, as you can see, what I want to do here next is probably pad the region up a little bit more. See that? That's the back pad. See that there? That's the region back pad. So that's the backing of the pad. Here's the end point. I can move the end point down. See, so that's 0 already. So by increasing this, look at that. I increase my strip threshold to minus 50 dB. And each snare is in its own separate cell, meaning that if I press strip, it'll get rid of all this area between each one of these snare drums. See that? But I'm not too sure if I need to maybe have a little more on the end of it, because it could be some little bit of stuff at the end of it. So I can go here, a little bit of, see, I can increase the end of that. So I can control how much I want to chop this entire region up into separate little regions, and each region will be an individual snare drum. So here, for example, I can go to here and say strip. And look at that. They're all separated. There's no noise here or there. These are separate sounds right there in the track. Now, I do this a lot when I'm doing tracks. I want to make sure every track is clean, and I can just copy and paste my parts when I paste them to once I've recorded them in. And this is a great way to get your production really clean before you start mixing. Make sure everything's out. And it works great with vocals. Now, I can play it from the top. Very clean. no noise. I'll play the rest of the tracks. Still sounds the same. Now what happens here also, you'll see in the regions bin, that now we have a bunch of little tracks here, and all these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See that there are 8 snare drums there, and they all come from this one main track, which is this one right here, which is still in there. So it just chopped them up, made them into separate new samples. We have the original, which is still right here. In case I want to use it to bring it back, may want to re-edit the same sound again, you never know. But that region still remains in our regions list. So now I'm going to record the rest of the stuff from this drum sequence. So we've got our stuff recorded here, and I added some more tracks there. You can see that we still have this strip silence selection here of the 8 different snare drums. I can undo this, so I'll press Alt Z, and now we have those files back in the way they were. Well, next one is to record some more stuff here. I'm going to go back to my mix window, and I've got this new track I want to record here. But first I'm going to put in record, and it's a little low. I'm going to record that low so we can do something. So I'm going to use audio suites. Now right here I'll stop it, and I'm going to pull up my window here. Transport window. Got it right here too as well. And I'll press record. I can see here that we're starting from the top. Stop it. Okay, great. Get some levels right here. Bring this down a little bit. Bring the hi-hats down somewhat. We can level this stuff out a little bit. I want to hear this one sound. Okay, out of record. We'll close the transport window, then we're going to close our mixer window. And we'll scroll down here. We can see the track right there. Now, I'm in edit mode here, and I want to make sure I'm here in grid mode, and we're good to go. So, now, the track is obviously a little bit too low. I'll play it back. Now, what we can do with a track, if it's low, we want to edit that track, we might even want to change the way it sounds. It could be a bass sound. You want to improve the bass. We might want to compress the track or compress that region. Now, instead of doing it in the mixture mode, we can do it here in the edit window. Now, I'm going to go here, and I want to increase the level of this track, so this particular region of this hi-hat, and we can normalize it. Hit the wrong button. See, I can go back still and go to normalize. Or from here, I can go, let's say, go to delay. I may want to add delay to that track, see? So we can take this one region and edit it right there in the edit window. Now, I'm going to go here, and next we're going to go to, let's see, normalize. And now we can normalize this region. Now I get my peak. Let's say my peak want to be 100. Let's say 100. I'll process it. Bam, look at that. It's already 100. Look at that there. Play it. See the level's much louder right here. See the level's much louder. Let me name this track. Before I do it, let me cancel this. We don't want to do that. First one to do is we want to undo this, then name the track. This is important right here in this lesson. You're going to make sure you name your track first, and undo it. Now I can go back to here, cut it out. I can press record and play. See? Make sure track's enabled. Go back here. So we're recording this track over again. Stop it. Now, it's got a name to it, see that? And a new name, because the first track, I stopped recording. Now I just named it right now. Okay, we can go back to processing it again. We'll process this track. Bam. Look at this. Now look at how the waveform has changed. See this? So the levels of that sound, it wasn't very even. And this can happen sometimes. Let me go to here. turn this off, go to solo. As you can see, it's a little up and down somewhat. Now this can happen. Be aware of that when you're recording something. Next, have something in a sequencer, that your levels are the same, that they're not going up and down. Always be aware of that. But see, in this process right here, what happened was that it went for peak. So I have peak selected here, and we processed the sound right here in the edit window. And I can undo that. And you'll see here, the original sound's back there. We can still see that little wave like sound's getting louder or softer or something. Be aware that when you're recording with a drum machine or any keyboard, if you're recording with, always check the sound you're recording. If they sound good, you can keep them. If you need to fix them, you can always use the audio suite process right here and fix those sounds in the edit window rather than doing it in the mix. Okay, we've got our tracks recorded. They sound pretty good. And now, what we want to do next is we want to talk about the other options we have in recording. Now we have this loop record. I'm going to go here and get my transport window up. Here we go. And you can see the loop record button. It's got a little loop in it, a little red dot in the middle. So we can loop record, obviously. And of course, we've got our play button to start the loop recording process. Now, before I loop record something, and the reason why I loop record is because sometimes I'm working with a singer, and she can't get this part right each time. So what we'll do is we'll loop record this one section of the song, and then get the best take we like and put it there, and then put it in place of the take we didn't like at all. Now here's how I would do it. Normally I'll come in here and I'll select this section, let's say right here, right? And I want to make sure we're going to be within the timeline right there. See that? Now this here is to link the timeline and the edit selection. Got that? Okay, we're good to go here now. And you'll see here, you've got these two red arrows, the in and the out. Good. Now I've got a sequence in here that's on my MPC 500. But I don't want it to do this syncing thing. So this will stop it from being controlled by Pro Tools. And what I'll do, I'll just play the sequence, and we're going to record a bunch of parts in this one section right here. So I'll enable the record function right there. There we go. And next thing I want to do, I'm going to start playing the track. Now I press play. It keeps recording the same spot over and over again. See this? It keeps recording that same spot over and over again. It keeps recording it each time. It records it over and over again. The next section. This is loop record. This is how it works. Now, I'll press stop on the sequence and stop in my Pro Tools. And you'll see here, when we go back to the other track, I can take you right here to the region list. And all these regions right here, let's pull this out a little bit more. All these regions right here belong to this one area. So this region here says snare 03-08. That's it there. This is this one, the next region, the next one, the next one, the next one. And I can go here and play it back. Let me put this back into playback, not into record, enable for that track. That's one piece. Now, if you don't like that piece, you take it, you grab it, you get rid of it. I don't want that piece. And you get the next one. You play up the snare here. This one's 7. Don't want that one. Take that out. Let's get number 6. Take it in. Put it right over there. See that? Now, what you could do also is take this piece here, take it out, and let's say we go to spot mode. Now, Pro Tools writes down what goes where and how many times it goes there. Let's say the first piece is here, and I pull it into this track, and I want to know where to put it at. Well, it belongs here. That's the original timestamp. I'll press that button, press OK, and it puts it right there for me. See that? So, whenever you're doing loop record, each piece has a timestamp that has been stamped on that region. So when you put the region back in that track, if you're not too sure where it goes, just use spot mode and put the region back in. It's a great way to get the best take from a vocal take. Have the vocalist keep doing it over and over again, and once they get it right, select the region you want to place there, put it in, and you're good to go. Okay, now we're going to do quick punch. Now here in quick punch, we want to get one section recorded in a particular track, one region area. We want to record it there. We want to keep what's in the front and maybe keep what's in the end. We just add this one piece in. Now, what I've got going on here, I've got my MPC 5000. I got a sequence in that. And so what I got here, set up here, my setup is, of course, I've got my beat clock going on. We're in sync. That means when the MPC starts, it'll tell my MPC 5000, let's go. We're going to take it from right here. Good. Now, got my track selected here, and here I have my track and edit selection. That means if I go to a track, then the selection moves there. If I go to track here for the snare track, then the selection is there. Okay. And you see right here we have the record button on. So I'm recording that track. Now I want to select an area I want to record in. I want to record these 2 bars. Okay? Those 2 bars I'm going to record this part in. Next, you want to set a pre-roll and a post-roll. Now the pre-roll is going to give me like the sound of the region before I do the record, the punch in. So I want to get 1 bar. But before we do that, you make sure you've got your pre-roll checked. See? It's checked right there, ready to go. Go to our transport window. We see right here we have pre-roll. I set it to 1 bar. I can set it to 1 bar and a half. Once you put the number in, you press enter. You hear? You press enter. Right. Post-roll, that means after the punch out, I may want it to just roll a little bit long, linger a little bit longer. Make sure the punch sounds good. I may have a piece at the end I want to hear to make sure I can get the idea what the transition will be from the old part to the new part back to the old part. So, got that in. I need to get a start point. So, I'm going to go here and make sure I got a start point. That's my start point. I want to make a length now. My length should be 2 bars. There's the 2 bars. The 2 bars here. So now, we need to do quick punch. We go in the options, and we select quick punch right there. Now you notice a little P here in the record enable button. Before D for destructive recording, this is a quick punch record. Now I enable that, and now I can press play here. I want to show you one more thing though. What I've got going on here to help me, I have my input only monitoring on. That way I can hear what's going to happen before it goes in to record. Now I'll press play and watch. And it's out. And it stops. So we punch it in right after that little snare part. And now we got it. And this is known as a punch in. So we got a little bit of the pre-roll for 1 bar and then half a bar for the post-roll. Now I'll play it back again. And we're out. And that's how the punch in and punch out in quick punch works. There are other features here I want to go over too as well. We can also do the scroll editing here. For example, we have no scroll and we have after page. So I can go to, let's say, right about here. Let's say I'm starting from here. And I press play. It just stops there, right? It's just going on, keeps going on. You can't see anything. So you don't know where you really are in the session at all. So that's what no scroll means. Here's after page, after playback here. Now it moves. See, it moves right to where the scroll playhead stopped at. Now, I'm going to go to the beginning now, and then we're going to let it scroll from this view. Go to here, and I go to page. I want to scroll the page. That means whatever I see right now, this is the page. And then once it gets to the end of this page, it'll scroll from there. Because I want to see where the playback head is going along against the track, so I know where I'm at when I'm doing my session. Let me move this transport down a little bit here, and we'll press play. See, it keeps moving along. We're scrolling through the tracks. And it's important to make sure sometimes to be in the scroll. So make sure you have it. I have to use pretty much playback so I can watch where I'm at. If I see a problem, I can look at it, say, okay, right there, and point it out, and then go to that edit point immediately. Okay, that was kind of cool. And now we're going to go over some other features. We're going to go over here, the edit menu. I want to do a few things here. For one, I want to do this, mute this particular, let's say, region. I want to mute this because when I get here and play back, I don't want to use that right now. So we'll say grab that one, right? And what I want to do here, I can go here at the bottom and it says here, mute regions or region. See, it's muted. See, it's pretty cool. So now it's muted up. It's now by itself. I can press right here, and I'm good. Now, I want to show this too. If I turn this off and I go right here, it goes there. But if I start from the beginning again, and I go back here, it still will see. I can go here again, start from the top. But if I go to here, where it says link, timeline, and edit selection, and I click right here, you see that little blue thing's right there already. I'm there. Now I can grab this region again, and I can go to edit, and I'll say, look, I unmute the region. It's unmuted. I might want to consolidate. Let's make it in one big bad boy. Here's how we'll do that. We'll go to here, set this region here. Then we'll go to here, and then we can consolidate regions. Bam. Made it one big piece. Look at that. It's one big region with a whole new name. That's how you consolidate regions. Pretty good. I can undo that. No need to do that. I can go to here, grab it, get this back, and mute it again. Pretty cool. I can also duplicate a region. I go to edit. We go to hit duplicate. Bam. Made two. Look at this. Go to here. Bam. Go to here. Duplicate it instantly. Now this also works with repeat. Go to repeat function. How many repeats you want? Well, look at that. I can duplicate just making one piece. I can repeat, let's say, 2 times. Will it do it? It did it. I don't believe it. Look at that. We got 2 times. Repeat it. So repeating allows us to repeat something more than once. Duplicate duplicates it just one time. Be aware of that. And what else can we do here? We got so much we can do here in the edit menu. We duplicate, repeat. We can shift. We can silence a section. So I can insert, let's say that will go right here. I don't want nothing to happen here. Maybe something's going on here. I don't want that. We can insert silence. Go to here and insert silence. Bam, look at that. Cuts it right out. We add it in. Undo. We can also shift. Now this is kind of cool when I want to maybe shift a snare drum or something. I got a snare drum, let's say that's right here. Or let's say I'm going to take the whole snare track. I'm going to come back here to where that is. Leave some space in the front. This track is now selected, that region selected right there. I can go to edit, and I'll press shift. I'm going to shift it just slightly, just to give it a little push on the snare drums. So I can set the amount of shift by beats and bars, minutes and seconds, or even samples. I can go earlier or later in the shift. So here I'm going to make it, let's say, do 0, 1, 3, a slight little move up. And it moves up a little bit. I can undo that. Let's try a really one that's going to exaggerate it so you get the more of the idea of what I'm trying to do. I can go to here and say undo 100 and press enter and then play it. See, it's too much, too fast. But that's kind of cool though if I do it every other snare and get it feel like the beat's moving a little fast, a little more of a human feel to it, which is why we do that. We'll do that later on when we do some edits in our before we start mixing. And what else can we do here? We can do more than that. We can, of course, so you strip silence. We can consolidate regions. We can separate regions. I can go to here. I did that according to grid. We can do it near the transients. And here, I can say no now. So wherever there's a space, there's a snare drum, as you can see. I'll make it a little wider for us to get a better view of it. You can see it's chopped up. Each piece is chopped up. Move this over a little bit. Ooh, they all move together, right? I can just go to here, select one piece, and then move it over. See that? They're all chopped up right where the sample, that sound, gets louder. See that? And that's how we can separate pieces within a region. Okay, now we want to do this fade thing, which is the bottom of our edit list right here, right there. As you can see, nothing's selected, so I've got to make something happen. I'm going to go here and grab this region right here. Now I'm in grid mode. If I go ahead to grid mode and I say, okay, I want to do this fade here, I want to create one. See, it sees one there already, so I can delete that one. So if it sees one, it'll delete it. It'll tell you one's already there. Now I can create one. See this here? I can say I want this fade to be like this. Okay, that sounds cool. Go to here, create a fade, it's there. I don't really see it. I go to here to track, I want to solo this track for one to get an idea if there is a fade there. There's no real fade there. So, be aware of that. Now, I go back in here, fade start, fade end. And there's the fade. See this? It actually put it in that track. So it made the fade. I don't want that. Let's undo and undo. And now we'll go back to here. And now we can create a brand new fade. Now that's why I like to use grid mode. You use the slip mode. Now if you want to put a fade at the end of a piece, you got to come off the end of it. You can't go directly on the piece. You got to get a little bit of the end. Let me widen this up a little bit more. We can see it better. We get a little piece of the end here. We're in slip mode, so we can do something. Here, go to right, say go to right here. That's where we want the fade to happen. We go to edit. We go to fades. We go to create a fade. We create a fade. We can pick a fade. We can do an X fade here. This little fade, a fade like this, or we're crossing between tracks. Or we can have our S fade, where the top is a little heavier than the bottom. Or we can do this really hard fade like that. That's a really hard S right there. Or I can take it here and do this fade like this, like that, see? Or fade like this. So we can do a standard fade. Or we can do an equal power fade. Equal gain or equal power. Now here I'll do this. Press this down, and now I'll do it right here. Play. That's a really quick cut. That's what that fade sounds like. So you need to practice your fades and get them right. Now I'm going to do another fade here, which is going to be a fade between regions in the same track. Now, right here, let's say. I'm in slip mode. I'm going to go here to fade. I'm going to create a fade right here. Now here we've got these differences. We have the blue one's going down, the red one's coming in. See? So it's sort of the bottom one powers up, and then the one we're leaving actually goes down a little faster and smoother. And we can change the shape of this fade, like this. It's a standard fade. I can go to S and make it an S. There's two S's right there, see that? I can change the shape of this fade. I can do equal power, or I can do none whatsoever. Just have it totally fade right to it quickly. Or I can do this, and I can have the shape of the out and the shape of the in. I can do the in as a standard and the out as an S. See that? But the best way to do that is go here, or we have none here and go to here, and we have it. See this? We go to none for our link of the power and the gain. We can do either the S or the standard. So I can go to here, press this, and we'll play it back from the right before the region right here. So I'll play this again. Here's a snare drum before that. See the blend? It's a really cool blend. You'll see it better. You'll hear it better if I go to right here, and we'll start from here, let's say. So we blended that in. That's a pretty cool blend right there. And that's how you can get your fade to be perfect. Just set your fade up the way you want it and listen back. If you don't like that, you can go right back into edit mode here. We can look at our fade and we can change the start or fix it up, or What I could do also is we can go to here, we can undo the create fades. Undo it, then go back down again. Let's do fades again and create a new fade for it. And that's how we can create fades between regions or at the end or the beginning of a region. Okay, so now we're going to do some editing with Pro Tools. Now here on this kick drum track here, and the snare drum here, and we have a hi-hat track here. These are tracks that I recorded in with my MPC 5000. Now, above here we have a kick, snare, and a hi-hat, the original tracks from the song. I'll play it back from the top here, and we'll hear it back from the top, and we'll hear. So I got this little drum pattern going on, some keyboards there just to give me a guideline. And next we're going to do here, I'm going to apply some of the stuff we've learned already and a quick lesson here about using editing. So what I'm going to do here, first of all, I've got hi-hats here, you can see. And I'll pull these hi-hats up a little bit so you can see them better. Now what I like to do sometimes is to cut the noise between tracks. Let me play this back. We heard the other drums back. I just want to play this hi-hat back. I'm going to mute the other tracks and we'll play it back. No real noise there. So, well, I could show you one thing for sure is that I can probably say cut this out and cut this out. And let's say cut this out. And you know, since they're all cut up here, they've all changed names. This is 08, this is 10, this is 7, and this is 04. And we'll see here in the region list, you'll notice here in the region list, I'll click on any one of these tracks, and you'll see it goes right here to the hi-hats. This is that main track. And these are all cut-ups or pieces or sections of the hi-hat track, which you see right there. So I'll go here with hi-hats again, and here, and we see it here. There's a bunch of them. See that? Now I can take this one here, and this one, holding down my shift key as I click on them, and I'll throw them out. And you'll see some of them are gone now. Watch this. I can drag this straight out, and the original file is still there. So this is called non-destructive editing. We're actually chopping up the file, but nothing is really being chopped up. We're just giving you a new piece here and here that Pro Tools renames, and they're all part of the original file, which is this one right here, which is hi-hat 01. So no matter how much you cut up, you can still have the original file, provided you don't change the original file and say, okay, I want to save this as something else. We'll say, for example, we'll go back to here and we'll say, okay, I want to save it as, you know, in a file. Okay, what do you want to save it as? And name it, of course. That's a succession, but you would name the file. If you want to save the file, we just say we're going to save this one file as something else. But I can take this, of course, and get rid of it and pull it back out. And we've got the main file. It's non-destructive editing. Now, when editing some tracks up, for example, here, I'll tend to, let's say, cut this off here. We'll say, instead of cutting off the list, we'll trim it down. And I'm in grid mode here, so that's why I trim it right there on the grid. And I can go and pull up, let's say if I have a track I want to just strip silence. And here, for example, I might want to strip silence this track, or this kick drum track, for example. And so I click on right there, it's showing me here what my threshold level, what my minimum is. See this here? So I move this closer. This is the minimum strip duration. It's the time between the noise. We'll say, for example, now here, I'm raising the strip threshold level. See in the back and the front? And here, this is the start pad we showed you earlier, and this is the end pad. Now the reason why I do this here, I don't want to have any noise. Sometimes drum machines or some machines do have some little bit of noise they have that you might hear between this section and that section too. I would normally gate it out, but sometimes I would do this. Even with a vocal sometimes as well. So I can press strip and see that? Each piece here now is, let me go back to this section right here, and that kick drum should be in. That's the solid. Now I'll solo this top. And there's no noise there at all. I can undo this, undo that, go back to top again. And you'll notice here, that sometimes there can be some noise between sounds. Just we'll hear right here as the sound ends. So the reason why sometimes I do strip silence, and I'll do a save strip out scan to the scan, is that I'll play from the top, nothing, it just dies. And so I have to have my drum tracks pretty clean. That way, if I want to stop the entire mix, there'll be no noise or something, and this way I don't even bother gating that particular track. Okay, so we put some distance between each one of these kick drums, and that's kind of cool. Another way of doing this is like I can, let's undo what I just did here. Let me go back into here and undo this. And I'll close the silence window. And what I can do is I can go right here and I can duplicate this track. And I'll duplicate this drum region. See here? And the name for duplicated region will be, okay, .01. Here it's _01, right? So press OK. I have a duplicate region. This one and that one. Now, they're in the playlist. This is the playlist. Other playlists include these other things. That means I have these many regions in this place 1, and this is 2. I can go back to this region 1. Here's 2. Go to here again, select that region. I'm going to pull up the strip silence again, and I'll do it. And do it. And there we go. We got strip silence. Now I can also go back and forth. Here's one. See, it's still there. I can remove strip silence right here, and I have another region here in a playlist. See that playlist right there? I can make a new playlist. Let's make a new playlist. And see, it says 2, but it's not there. So I can go back here. Let's say go to 2. I can copy all these. I'll press copy to this did. This is just showing you how it happens. And then I go back here to my third playlist, and I can press paste. I can take this kick drum, let's say we're in this mix, let's play it back. I'll copy this. I'm going to paste it here. See that? And I can go back to here, and it's different. It's gone. It's different. Here, it's different. So we can have several different playlists. I can chop something up. See if I like. It's great for doing a remix. You can say, okay, well, I want to try it with the drums this way, and I may want to hear it with the drums this way, or I may want to hear the original track and then I'll re-edit this, and I don't like the way that sounds. So we have several different playlists in the one track. So I can chop a region up several different ways, and it works out really cool that way. And this is how I do it normally when I'm doing a mix. Like here, for example, also the snare drum. I will chop this up. I'll listen back to it first. The thing I like to do is say I'll go to here, I'll strip silence. It's Apple U. And I'll see I got my pad right, how much I want the back of the front. And the ending, I may want to add a little more at the end just to give it a little more of a grace period here, just to make sure I'm not chopping too much off it. And I'll say, cut the start of it down some. A little bit right there. And then I'll say strip silence. Cool. Now what I like to do also sometimes is I'll take this, let's undo that, and I'll say, duplicate track. Bam. Another version of the snare drum again. And here's the duplicate track right there. And see the name appears here, snare.01. And the original track is right here, just snare. See that? Okay, good. And there you go. And you see here now, the order, no, it's the 5th playlist. This is another one here. So I can even go back to the kick drum again. And it'll show all the playlists. It's my snare playlist, see? And if I go back to the snare playlist, it'll show there's my kick drum playlist. You got these are all the extra playlists I have for that one. I can put this kick drum here if I wanted to, for example. So it gives me a list of all the playlists that are available. Now here I got this one playlist here. Let me say I go back to the original playlist, which is my snare drum, and go to this one here. And I'll say, okay, I want to strip this one here, which is all one playlist. Okay, close this out. One thing I could do is I'll take a sound, for example, on these snare drums, and I may go into an audio suite, and I may want to EQ or, let's say, raise a level of something. Let's say I want to go into a compressor limiter here, and I'll pull it up, and I'll pick this sound here, and I'll say, okay, I may want to bring it up. Let's see how it sounds regularly, so I'll just press preview. And now we're hearing that sound. That's the sound previewed over and over again. So I can press that down there. And now if I press preview and I press bypass, that's without it. And I can break the gain here. And now it's louder. It's louder. See that? And I can go to here, and that's what it sounds like without the compression effect. My purpose here actually sometimes is I like to make different snare drums with different levels. I think most guys do this now over the years. I hear this a little louder. This one go 2 dB. It's like a little difference right there. Good. Press this, it stops. That's how we can actually test it out or process the sound. I just processed that sound. So, now I can go to here. I'll play these back. So the first one hits harder. And so I tend to do this sometimes is make sure the first snare drum that comes up hits harder. And I may make this one hit a little bit lower. So you can actually use your audio suite here to edit sounds in this region area. That's a cool way to actually edit some of the sounds you've got and make it sound like, a little different than what you're doing. And what we also like to do, we go to here and just undo that. Undo the compression of that particular track, and now it's back to normal. I could do some things also when I'm taking a track like this, for example, and I'll take this down to, I already did that like that, okay, great. And we got the 1, 2, 3, 4 bars. I'm just going to use 4 bars here. And I'm in grid mode. And sometimes you may want to change the feel of a hi-hat, or you're in this particular grid mode here, we'll say, for example. And let's say here, I want to change the time compression of it. I want to get this kind of like fast hi-hat going. So I go to here, I'll say I want to go to there. And now, I go back to the hi-hats again. I get a little different feel there. See that? And sometimes you might want to even do that. Now here's some parts here the hi-hats are cut out because that's just a little too much time compression going on there. But let's see if I undid this and I used my insert tool. And I did it by bars, we'll say, for example. I'll press Apple E here and make that separate. I could time compress this to be half what it was. So you can do that sometimes and compile them and say you might duplicate it. And that way you can speed the snare drum sound without ever having to chop it up and paste it in that way. Okay, so I've taken the sounds I've had there, this kick drum and snare and a hi-hat I had from the MPC 500 that I put in, and I chopped the track up, see? And this is how a lot of guys do it, how we do it here. I'm using Pro Tools, is that I want to make several different mixes. Like, for example, you'll see the kick drum here. It's been chopped up and placed in certain parts. I may go in and look at these parts and see what I like and what I don't like. And I'll play back certain sections just to get an idea over and over of what I want to do in a mix. So I'll keep a few elements in here that I have. So I've taken the snare drums, and you see I'm in grid slip mode right there, right? So what I'll do is I'll take these snares and these hi-hats and this kick drum, and I'll move them within the grid. We're going to open this up right now. We'll see what I'm doing here. So they're actually on the grid, and we're quantizing to, let's see, we're 30-second note triplets. So I'm just making sure I have this full view of the quantize, so I may want to move something a little bit more. And what I do sometimes, you'll notice here, I try to give it a more of a human feel. I may take a snare drum, like this snare drum right here, and I may take it and move it just a little bit, just a pinch ahead of the beat, just to give it that feel. And I go back on top. If that was a little bit ahead of the beat, this one's a little bit on the beat. I may go to the next snare drum. And I say, well, look, I got the next snare drum right over here. And I'll take this snare drum, and right here you notice there's a piece where the bass kick drums come behind each other. We'll hear 2 kick drums in a row. See, that's a little nice snap there. This one, I might take it back a hair. So see, I am in just a little bit off of there. Let me just, well, I don't need to get a better view of this. I want to make sure I can go a little, I just want to go in small amount of increments as possible. There you go. That's good. And now we'll zoom back out. And I'll play from the top again. And this one here, I might want to take this one here like this, and then see it's a little off, right? So I may want to, this one, since it sounds like that, I'm going to make it be a little bit more aggressive. Hit it twice, I want to do that. I just want to grab it and move it just a little bit more aggressive so it snaps in when it comes in there. Like it's making a statement. That's that one snare that's making a nice snap on a statement right there. And so I've done that with a lot of these drums right here. See that? And I'm just taking stuff and moving it in the field. Now, if I get something I like, and I think it's worthwhile keeping, let's say this is going to be these first 4 bars or 8 bars is going to be, let's say, my hook. I would probably grab these, copy them, and paste them at each chorus section to make it easier for me. And I do this with the snares too. As you can see, I made the snares snap twice here, right off the beat, and here at the end of it, I get a little feel to it, and a little delay in the last one. See this? See it right there? And that snare drum starts a little bit later, and that's to give it like that kind of feel, almost like a human feel when you're playing or drummer's playing the track itself, you know. And the same thing happens here with the hi-hats. You'll see the hi-hats here are a little complicated, but they're pretty simple. See that? That's pretty simple right there. When I get to the chorus section, it starts right about here. So it's the same pattern based on a motif of one idea, and it's just a tick-tick-tack against each time. But I did the same thing also. Let's give it a little more of a human feel to it. So what I do is I move some of them back here in the beginning, whether on the grid or off the grid a little bit, and get the feel just right. Then I take those and you just copy them where you want to put them at. And if you get something you like, you say, well, look, I'll keep that. I'll make another one. So I go back to a playlist. I can say we can duplicate this playlist. There's a new name for the playlist. That's it there. I'll keep it. I'll say, well, let me try from the top again. I may want to take this kick drum out in this playlist. I can say, well, let me hear that sounds with it in. I'm not too sure if it's good or not. So you go back to the playlist. And you say, well, that sounds better. Or this version. This is a great way for you to get around and get a better idea how each mix sounds. Help you to adjust the flavor within your kick drums, or snare, or hi-hat, any drum. It's really cool. Even with the vocals, I try to do this. We'll do that next, actually. Now that sounded pretty good to me. I like the way it sounds. Now I also have here this kick drum. As you can see, this is like an 808 kick. Solo this track out. As you can hear, it's kind of a low sound with some cool low end to it. I'm still in my slip mode here, so I can go to a grid if I want, or just go to see, it goes to the grid, or I can just move to the grid here. But I can still move my region and slip it around some. I can still take it and go a little bit off the grid. See that? Undo that. So I am in slip grid mode. This is kind of cool to be in for me. I like to have this sometimes. You can also do a shuffle if you'd like to, but in this case I'm doing that. So I'm just moving these kick drums around now. Just a little hair off of where they are so they come in and give it this kind of real cool feel to it. So now I'm going to go down here and you look at them. See this? I'm trying to make all my kick drums have not much in the front of them. I got these little, I need to put a separate track because this came on the same instrument and I want to put them on a separate track. So I'm going to go right here and we can go to say new track and it'll be a mono track, yes. And see, once you select the track above it, it puts it one next to it. I can take this little piece and move it right up there. So I'm going to take it and move it right. Oops, I see it's moving, it's shifting on me. I don't want that. Let's undo the shift. And we just want to grab it and move it. So I'm going to make sure I don't make any mistakes here. Just grab it and move it up. There you go. That's easier. Now, I always do that because I like to make sure that I can take the hand and grab it. It's a 3-tool thing. I'm going to grab from the bottom, and you might shift over a little bit. You want to go back to the grabber and just move up slightly. That way, you don't fall out of sync where its original start point was at. And this is going to be my ride cymbal. That goes right there, good. And it's on that one track right there. Now I can fold down here again. I got one more here. See that? So I just move it right up. Can I grab it? I didn't grab it. There you go. And now I've got it back in there also. And we've got those in those separate tracks. And what I like to do also is when I'm actually editing tracks up and moving stuff around, you see right here, I'm moving this kick drum around and I want to get a better level of it. I'm going to go back to my edit window. I'm just doing it so you know, but I know sooner or later you're going to have to learn these keyboard commands. So I'm going to go back to my mix window rather. Here we are, mix window. And I got all these tracks going on. So I'm just going to like, this one is sold, the long 808 kick. To get a better view in the mix window of the elements, I normally go to view here, and we have this mix windows view. So I can view the inserts, whether A through E or F through J, or the sends from A through either F through J. I can turn the color track off here, comments. So I got any comments here, so see that? It just made it look wider, like no more comments yet. So I'm not putting comments in here yet, I don't need to for right now. And so I give me a better view. Now I can also go back to a wider view and get a better view of what's going on. One thing I do here also, which you'll see here, we've got each one of these sends. You know, so it's like 5 sends here, and we've got 5 inserts here. I probably just want to see what these are here, because right now, I got this 808 kick going on, along with a drum track. And I'll play a solo into it. Back up top. And you heard the 808 kick drum there, a little noise too in the track somewhat. We'll take that later on. But I want to see this. So I go to view, and I can go to my sends, and I can select the send I want to see. And I can go back to view here again, and go back to my sends. And I can say assignments. So see what is assigned where. And you click on here, for example, and what will come up will be this. Over there. Right, there we go. And you can pull this out here, and this is the output. See that? Here, and out to there. That's my output. So I can press play here. That's the output to the bus. See this? This is the 1112 bus. So I can go back here and it's just showing me that. And I can go to here, of course, and just get the regular send view. And here at the top, the same thing can happen to do for my inserts. I go to my inserts. So I want to just get an idea of what's really going on here. And I say, well, the inserts aren't bad. We got a good view of our inserts. We can see them right here. They're all there. But we don't see inserts as that. See this? We can go to inserts. There are no sort of inserts assignments though. It says inserts right there, the view window. So you can understand this. We don't get that. We do get that with the sends. Because in insert, we've got to insert there. See that? So you won't be able to show you that levels at all. But here, the levels come from. That means the inserts here is traveling through to the send, down here to the fader. Now these are all post fader. And I'll have them certain levels, not much going to the reverb here. This is going to 1112. And that's here's my drums verb, which is the input right there, which is 1112. Just want to make sure where I'm at here so I know what's going on. I like to get a narrow view because it helps me to see and move my mouse around a little easier, which you could probably try at home also as well. These tracks aren't coming in yet. And get a better view of what you're doing. And that's, see, the reverb's here. I can adjust the reverb right here also. Good. So now we got some ideas. I think something's too loud right here. I heard that come back in. And now I can press the option button, press the solos, and they're all gone. So it's good to know all your keyboard commands as well. Okay, next, we're going to look at some vocals and see what happens with the vocals here and sort of like look at the ad-lib track and see if we can get rid of the noise in that track as well. Now that was pretty cool. We got an idea now where the reverbs are. Check this window out again. Make sure. Get a narrow view. I bring the snare a little bit down. Not doing a mix, just getting an idea here. Now before I do those vocals, I want to talk about this crossfade idea. It's important to deal with before we go any further. Is here in the piano track. I actually do something else too. I got this piano track here. I've got these two regions here together, and I'm taking up two different tracks, left and right. I really don't like that too much. So I go to here, make a new track real quick, and I make sure it's stereo, and I go right here. Bam, there it is. Now, got my hand, get my hand alone. Probably have my hand do this. And I'll normally take these two tracks, let me select them both actually, and take them and move them right up there. Now they're in the same region list. See that? They're in the same row. I don't want to have these two left and rights like that. I just imported it that way from the original session, which is an older session I had. And I was trying to find out where it was at, so let me just do this right to make it much easier. And there you go. Got the piano. See, it's a piano track. It's already named there. And what I can do here is I'll go back and I'll say my regions list here, my tracks list, and I'll go, get rid of that and get rid of this. And then I go back here. They're gone. So see, give me a better view of my edit window, less track space taken up, and you can see it. Now, let me go to this idea about fades. Make this a little bit bigger. I want to see this. Okay, good. And we'll go back at the top, and I'll stretch it out somewhat, see what's going on here. Now here, for example, I will have to stretch a piece out to change it from what it was. I want to make it last a little bit longer and linger a little bit longer than what the original keyboard player did. So here I made it stretch longer. And you hear it almost turn there. Now, this is a cool edit I like to do too when I have an extra piano piece. I'll take a piece of this same piano and I'll put a piece in front of it. And then here I'll add some sort of fade to it. And this is the fade I added to it right there. So this is the fade I did, where I made a fade of the same piece and I put it on top of it. So what happened was I wanted to extend this piece, and by extending it, I wanted to make it last or linger a little bit longer compared to what it originally was. So I just took it, copied it, put a piece in front of it, and then cross-faded so it sounded longer. And I made sure here, I go to the end here. So just grab that, and you can press Apple F. It brings up the fader. It gives me what this fade was. I can change this fade too. At any point in time, I can make the fade do this. See this? Like, it's a standard fade there. You have equal power. I can also go and make an S fade. So I want this and S right there. And this will just make it fade like this if I want to. And I can also go to equal gain. But I don't want that. I want to have equal power. I can press OK, and this fade just changed. So I can go here. I can also go, once you get a fade in, you can remove the fade. You can go back to here. We can go to fades, and I can delete this fade. And you'll see the two pieces I have here. See that? This is an extension of that piece, which I just overlapped on top of this piece, as you can see right there, and did that. I can go to here also. Let's remove this fade. We'll take it apart. Rather than adding it to this is cool, I'll take it apart, and you can see what I did. And now, this is a piece of that part. I can take, let's grab it, let's get this back to my 3-tool thing. Come here and move it over. I can pull this out, and you see it's still there. I just extended it more. See that? This is the original file that was there. I just extended it more than what it was. And this one, see that? I can do that too and extend even more. Put a fade back down and extend it. But I don't want that, so I can go back to here, undo, undo again, undo again, undo, undo, and I'm back to my original fade. And that's how I fade that part in. So that way I took a piece of the original part, I took up the front, I copied it on top of itself, and then I added a fade in, so it's sort of like extended a little bit more. I put a fade at the end. So the track ends up, this piece here is going further. So I chopped pieces up and made certain sections fit in properly to make this keyboard work and play what the player played. And that way I add some reverb to it too. I'll get this feel where it extends longer and it feels like it's there for a little bit longer in time. And that's how I use the crossfade in this particular keyboard. Okay, now it's not too bad. I want to show you one more thing here with this edit window. Now here, I've got this guitar part I didn't like. This little piece right here was like freaking me out in the beginning to go along with that little piano part that comes in. I want to make sure it's like nice and clean in the front. So what I did, I chopped this piece up, left it there, I just muted it. So in case later on I may want to go back and analyze it, I may want to try and pitch change that part, which you might do later on. But right now I left it in there. So more about the edit later on. And there we go. Now, one thing I'm going to do right now is I want to do some marking. I'm going to talk about markers and marking up your track. You want to know where the verse is, the chorus, the bridge, the pre-bridge, a part you want to fix, maybe a part you want to get rid of later on. Well, we're going to mark up the session where we are. So always make sure here, as you can see here, we've got this thing where beats and bars is, and our markers are selected, which you can see right there. Our markers are selected. I can come right here, and I want to put a marker right there. See, I put the cursor right there. I want to put a marker right there, we'll say, right? So I go to here, the marker window. I want to pull up markers. And they're right here. Marker. Memory location. See that right there? Perfect. Now, what I'll tend to do is I'll come here and I'll put something there and say, I want to mark this location. And I stick it right there. See that? And I said, mark, of course, beginning, start. And now I have a marker location right here. I can move it too. See that? I can move it anywhere I want. I'm in a grid mode, so see, it's moving right to the grid. Get closer, you'll see it better. And see, I got this here. I can move it right to the grid. So the markers act the same way. When in grid mode or slip mode, I go back here and get into slip mode, and then they're just sliding right along the total ruler set, just sliding it along. It's pretty smooth. Or I get to the grid, and it moves right to the grid. And it's the beginning. It's the start of my song. So I can go further down here. And this is a marker. So I put a marker window up, actually. And you can see that it's a marker. And it's based on beats and bars. It's got a general property, let's say, of zoom level. So that level will be the same. And we have the pre and pro control. If there was one without have that, I can have the track height also set to general properties of the marker. Group enable, because I had a group, let's say kick, snare, drum, hi-hat, drum group, or a vocal group. That group would be enabled by this marker. So set markers for various things. So right now it's the start of my song. And I may just keep that to start. And then I want to maybe get somewhere where it's, let's say, let's bring this down a little bit more. Good. And I want to get to here, we'll say. Right there. And right there. Okay, right there is where I want to be at. Now you see here, I'm at about 9, right? You want to widen it up. I want to actually be here. There you go, exactly. Now I got that. Now I can go right over here. It says marker, it says plus. And I just add a marker. And this will be the first verse. So I'll put down verse 1. Okay? That's my second marker. I can have up to 999 markers. That's a lot of markers to have. And this is the next marker I'm going to have. And I got my zoom level, of course, today, which I'm not going to do right now. Just want to have a location for that. And that's that marker right there. Or I can go back to it and say, well, look, I may want to have a zoom level if I want to, you know. This could be the zoom level for that marker. And I'll press, okay, that's a zoom level. And I'll go back to here, and I'll say, okay, this is marker 1. I click there. That's marker 1. And see, the zoom level will set right back to where it was at. I can bring it down to here, and I'm saying, okay, where's marker 2? Let's see, the first verse is right here. Bam. See that? And it's an easier way to get around your session. You can get to the zoom level you want to be at, the track height you need to see your regions at, and it helps you to reference your material faster. Say, okay, I want to go here, I want to go to the verse, I want to go to the chorus, this pre-bridge I want to take care of again, as I said before. One thing I have to do too, if I'm working with a section I think needs help somewhere down the line, and I'm doing this session, I'm not too sure what's going to happen with the session. I'm saying, well, I need some help in the session some kind of place, somewhere. And I'm over here, I say, okay, look, I need help in the session, and I'm rolling it back here, and I say, okay, look, I'm rolling back up to here. And I want a certain region I want to work with. Like this part coming out the verse, let's say. I want to go to here and put the beat back in. Let's take the solos off. I put my beat back in. So right here, I want to say, well, look, this whole region here, I want to work with a little bit more. And I may want to set a zoom level for this region. I'm going to say 1, 2, that's good. And now I'll make a marker of it. And this is going to be a selection marker with a pre-post roll if I want to have it, track heights, everything is here, and I'll go, yeah, that's what I want to keep. And so if I go back to here, let's say, and let's say I'm going to do the selection tool rather, and go to here, and I'm here and I'm doing something, and so I'm going to go back to that section again. I'm back here in the same selection again. It gave me the parameters I wanted, which is a certain amount of bars, which is about 4 bars we have right here. As you can tell, the length is 4 bars and change. And that location is saved in my memory location. So it's important to have some memory locations when rolling through your session so you know where each part is, every part you want to fix as well. Pretty cool there, I like that, wasn't bad. So now, what I want to do is go back, let's get back to here. Good. Here's my session. Of course, I got my verse and chorus right there. And I think somewhere around here, I'm coming out this verse. So right there, so I want to make sure that this part, which should be like bar 16 somewhere here, or 17 rather. There, right there. I want to make sure that is going to be the first chorus. Good, I'm marking it. Perfect. Now, when you're doing your session, you got these tracks that are lined up. Hey, it looks pretty good, sounds good. You don't want any mistakes. You don't want something to fall out of place. Oh God, it sounds crazy. And sometimes if you go back to shuffle and you move something, you can upset the entire session. You're crazy. You're going, what happened? So, to avoid this, what I normally do is I go to a track. Let's say, for right now, I'm just going to go this one particular sound right here. You want to lock certain areas up that you want to keep where they are. So we want to lock these regions up. We're going to regions right here, and we're going to lock it. Let me widen this up, see a little better. There's a little lock. It's a little lock right there. There's a little lock right there. Just locked it in. It's locked. I'm not going to do that. It's gone. See that? Gotta do it, do it. You want to lock regions in that you like to keep where they are. So what I do is I'll tend to, I know up to this chorus here, I know it's good. So from here up to here, I like. And I may want to lock everything in. And I'll see what my, see, this parameters are not, I want to go to here, press 0. You can't do it, see? Three still remains there. So what I have to do is I need to select, let's say, get a better selection, go to here, come straight down. And you see it there, 23 bars. I want to lock all these regions up. I can say lock them. And we're going to go back here, and you'll see every one of these regions now has a little lock on the bottom of it. See? You make it wider so you can see it. And they're all locked in. You can't move them. You can't do anything to them. I'm going to get a little hand out here, grab it. I'm going to take that region. Uh-oh. This command will affect one or more locked regions. Allow or don't allow. Cancel. So at least something will come and tell you, look, do it or don't do it. It'll tell you, look, it's locked. You can move it, but it is locked. And if you want to move it, you can, but it is locked. So that way you can lock your regions up and you know where they are. Now, sometimes what I do too as well, besides locking a region, let's undo this locking thing. And I stop locking. Okay, good. You may have everything where you want it to be. And so this is great. And of course, we have our extra playlist, which is cool to have too. You may say, well, look, I like the way it is. This is great, this whole section. And I may want to make a new playlist out of it. But for right now, it's great. So you may say, okay, look, I want to take, let's say, go back to my 3-tool thing. And from here on, we'll say, that's cool. And I want to keep it that way. I'm not changing anything. And instead of locking it, what you can do is you can consolidate the entire, there it is, it's all consolidated. So I can play a track. And it's right there. It's all consolidated. Each piece is there. As you can see, it's made into one region again. Well, of course, there's sounds between each one of these regions since they were all separated earlier. And instead of like locking stuff in, you can make it, this is the entire region. Because sometimes you may want to export this to another software or whatever, or just have that one long track like that. So that way you've got it, you can see it, you know what it is, and you can label it, and you'll see it also in your region list. Click on it right there, and you see it come up. Right there is kick. See that? That's it right there. Widen this to see a little better. And that's it. Kick 01-1. So, I'll undo that. That's a cool way to lock and to consolidate regions depending on how you want to do it. I've got that session going long, and I'm looking here, and sometimes I'm listening to a piece. I'm going to put my transport window up. Oops, it's the PC usage. And there's a transport window right there. So instead I've got my loop play on. And what I like to do sometimes is try to find, like that sounds cool, but sometimes I want to maybe change it. So I go to a chorus, let's say, for example, and it's got this thing going on here, and I could press play. That's for the chorus one. And I like that. Let's see, it sort of takes away from the sound. I'll stop this preview and see if I have nothing here. So I got to put this on first. Now I'll turn up the volume a little bit, and I'll press bypass. Just a light chorus effect, just really light. We don't want too much on here to overshadow the sound. And I could process that sound here in the track itself. And what you can also do here, I can test other chorus effects, like say it's a stereo effect. Oh, that sounds bad. And here my bypass, the original sound was. I can go to here, another chorus. Don't like that. So, what I did like was this. That's good. So, what I'll do here next is I can say, well, look, I may want to keep that or compare it to other chorus. Or I can go to here and select another different audio suite effect. So I can have a flange on press here. So different effects you can hear. There's an LFO width here. It's about 50%, which I don't need. So I can go back to here. What I like, go to chorus again and press preview. Let's say you got something you like. You say that sounds not too bad. So what I normally do is I'll go to here and we'll view this whole track, of course. Let's get a little wider so I can see it in the window. And I may say, well, look, I like that, but I want to do one thing first. I want to, let's see, duplicate this. And my new duplicated playlist will be Rhodes Mix period 01. Okay? And that appears right here. Now, I'll select everything in this. Oops, there's one thing to do. I'll select everything in this whole playlist. In this region list right here. And I'll say, yep, I want to do that. So, but first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that the beginning is not too much there. I want to make sure that we're actually on the beginning of it. So I go to here, make sure it's the beginning, entire section, and I'll say, yeah, let's take that, let's hear it back in the preview. I like it. So now I'll press process. And we'll process the entire track. And now we got a view as we get a sound. Let's see how it sounds with the mix. And from the top. Oops, run that back again. I'll bring my piano down a little bit more. Now, if I don't like that, or if I want to hear the other one, I go back to here, to my first mix, and play it back. And this way you can actually edit sounds in the edit window and add some audio sweetening to it, like we just did right there. And you can fix up some of these tracks and give them the sort of feel you want to have. Now, you may not want to permanently keep them, but you may want to make this playlist thing so you can compare the two. When it gets down to doing the mix, you can get a really good idea of what you want to do with that particular sound. Sounds pretty good so far. Not bad. So what I want to do right now, though, I've got to test something, see if it really works here. I'm going to go back to the mix window. And what we want to do, we got a problem here. Not a big problem. Our problem is it looks confusing. You got numbers everywhere. You don't know what's what. So we need to label the IOs. That's for sure. I know here this bus assignment says it's going to 11, 12, and right here this input path 11, 12. This is the air reverb. Okay, we know that. That's good. So I want to go back to setup. We're going to go to IO, and now we're going to go to bus, right? And this is D verb right there, but I'm going 11, 12. So this is a different verb. So I'm going to change this bus. This is showing a different session. So double click that there. I'm going to go out of here. I'm going to get rid of this here. In front of it, put a US. I got bus there again. And enter. See, it's back to being a bus. But 11, 12 is going to be my drum verb. And now I'll press enter. That's good. Press OK. We're good to go. And now we see here it's stats, but I want to open the view. So we're back to a full view here. And it says D verb there. And I can see it better. And then here I know that it's going to this D verb right here. I know all these sends, these A sends right here going to the D verb. I know these are things I like. These are pretty cool. I want to have you see it with my pants here and everything else. I know where those are going. It's important to understand where each one of the effects are going. When it comes down to mixing, we want to make sure we know where we are. So I can scroll down here further. I have other mixes going along here. I've got this delay, which is a long delay here, which is bus 7 and 8. So I'm going to go back to my I.O. setup right here. There's I.O. And here's 7 and 8. So I'm going to go to I.O. And I want to call this is my vocal delay. And I put DLY there. And I press enter, and now at the bottom I'm going to press OK. And now it says delay. Now here's a reverb. I want to go here and make sure that I know that 5, 6, as you can see right there, let me go back, click out of it, that is my reverb, so vocal reverb. So go back to setup, I'll set up again, and we're still here on the bus. We're going to 5, 6, enter here, and this is the vocal verb. Capital VRB, I prefer to do it this way. Abbreviate it so you can see it later on. Get this big view, you want to know what everything is in front of you rather than having to really name it all the way out. You got to read the words, you know, it's better to do this. Just get rid of a few contents there. There we go, see, that's a vocal reverb. That is vocal reverb. So I got a vocal reverb, we've got that there. And here I've got my compression, top of my vocals, which is good. And this is a boom here, so on a drum, it's an instrument track right here. So you know what that is. So this is the drum track I may use later on. And this is instrument 2, and I'll call this boom drums. I know what that is here. And this I use for reasons inserts. That's my reason insert section right there. Now it's important to always save. Right now I'm going to save. See? Okay, we saved it. We know where most of this stuff is now. When I see something not too sure, like this send here to 9, like, where's 9 going to? Well, I started just using this track to send assignments to this track here. See that? So I had a thing in reasons I was sending out of reasons and sending reasons into here with a drum sound. That was just a send there. So I'm going to put a no send here for a minute right there. That's good. And here, I'm not using sends here right now, so I can just say the input is there. For right now, I can say there's no input actually too, but that's better than saying nothing at all. So I know it's there. I know 9's open. I know here there are 3, 4. There's no such thing as a 3, 4 inactive path. So I'm not going to have that as an active. I want to make sure I can see what's going on. I want to narrow my view down again just to make sure I can see everything that's going on with these inserts. and these sends. Let's get rid of the transport here. And here's a 3/4 right there. What's this 3/4 doing? So this 3/4 is going where, and what's doing with 3/4? And I don't see 3/4 anywhere as an input. But I do see 3/4. 3/4 is sending out, right? So I don't see 3/4 going anywhere that I need to send it to. So you see that, you may want to say, well, let's look around and see where we are. If you don't see anything, I don't see anything as a send happening. Open the view a little bit wider. Because it's important to make sure you know where everything's at in this mix when you start actually mixing these tracks up. Or when you're actually going to go back and say, well, look, this came from here, that came from there. Okay, this is the send, and it's going someplace. Okay, so it's not here actually right now. So if that happens, maybe go here. And you're looking for, there could be an extra track that you could have here that you're not too sure of. There it is. In this auxiliary right here. A hidden auxiliary that was there before. So it's important to look. And there's an auxiliary track right there. And this is a chorus. 3/4 bus. Let's go back here. I/O. We know 3/4 is the chorus. This is the vocal chorus. So I put VOC HS. Vocal chorus. And I'll leave that like that. Will be my abbreviation for the chorus. And it's the chorus that goes there. Now I know where it's going. And I've checked everything now. So in case you've hidden tracks, you may not know if it's there, where the bus assignment's going. Always check. And make sure you clean up your mix window. That way you know what's going to happen. So when you go further from this point on, I know where everything's at. I know where I can add stuff. I know where my bus assignments are sent. It's important to be organized. Okay, this is kind of cool. Looks pretty good. Now, as you can see here, we did label some stuff up. I'll talk about the last few things here in the mix window. Here we've got an auxiliary, and it's not named. It should be a chorus. So I put the vocal chorus here. So I know what it is. And the vocal chorus right here goes to it. Now, before I was searching, you couldn't even find out what's going on because we had it set to the specific assignment for our sends. And sometimes you want that, sometimes you don't want that. And so we go back to view here. And I just want to see the assignments now for the sends and make sure they're all labeled. See? Now I know they're all labeled. All my send assignments are labeled. I know what's what. I know here's my master. And here we have a little clipping happened there, right? So I can click on that and stop that. See? That's pretty cool. It's always good to keep the clicking out of there so you know what's going on. If you've got a clip there and you want to clear all the clips, say that all the tracks, all these tracks have clips in them, you would go here to clear clipping and you can clear them right out. They're not there anymore. Now I want to talk about something else here about where all these tracks head to. There's a summing amp in a sense for everything. So here is the drum verb, and this is the send for the drum verb. Now you'll see this is the send, and we have very little drum verb going for the kick drum. Kick drum name appears here. It's send 1, or send A rather, and we have it's going to the drum verb. Okay, so here I can go to this little dot here, and this is where the verb is at. And you'll see that this is the same output as this one right here, right next to it. Given the same settings, the same view. If I turn up this snare, see that? So what happens here is that it's showing you where this sends the output of this. So this is going from here, from this send, and it's going into this drum verb. And it's showing the output of this drum verb. So it's showing where the summation amp is going to. That means these sends are going into that particular amp, which is the drum verb in this auxiliary section. It shows you what's happening there. And you'll see the same thing here if I were to click here and play the same part of the track. So the hi-hats, I can increase the send to them. I may want to just see that. I go to here. So you can see that going into the output, which is the drum verb, which gives it right there. So that's pretty cool. Now, for other things, for example, we have the auxiliary track. It's a little fader right here. It's a little fader right there. This is our output window button. Click on that, and we see the output. That button right there, click right here, and this is going to what? This is going to 1 and 2 inbox. which we believe is the master output. And you'll see that right over here. See, I'm clipping again. I'm clipping right there again. Click on that. We're too loud. I'm going to bring this down somewhat. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring this reverb down a little bit and play. There we go. And so you see this auxiliary, see, is going to the main out. And this is the output right here. And this is the main out, which is our master volume right there. See that? I can close this window again, that side window, and this is it. It's going to the main out. It's the drum verb. See that? And this is the output view selector. See that? Now for these tracks here, I'll click on a little fader right here, and the same thing happens. And it shows you the main out. It's going to the main out right there. That's where it's going to. And it shows you what's happening, where it's heading to there. If I had to go in someplace else, let's say, and it was going to any of the other sends right here, it'll show me that also. But right now, it's going to the main out. And I'll play. And it's just giving me the main output. It's not showing me that 808 until it came up right there. And this is good sometimes if you want to see if it's too loud in the mix or not. And we'll go back to here. We'll close that window, and you can see it. So that way you can know what the output of each send, each auxiliary, and each track, where it's going to the summation amp, whether the send is going to the auxiliary amp. Then the auxiliary is sending its output to the final summation amp, which is the master, which is right over here.